entertainment stories to run by you. We'll start with this interesting one from Kate Beckinsale, and she has finally shared why she had spent so long in the hospital. The actress spent weeks in the hospital earlier this year, and apparently it comes down to grief was a big issue.
Grief?
Yeah, she said, I watched my stepfather die, quite shockingly. My mother has stage 4 cancer, and I lost a lot of weight from stress and grief quite quickly. She said she spent 6 weeks in the hospital dealing with the stress and grief, ended up burning a hole in her esophagus.
Jeez.
And that led to her coughing up blood. So.
I easily believe this. I have counseled people throughout my life because it happened with me when my mother was passing away from cancer. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times the caregiver, Preston, you with your dad or whatever, because you say, I've got to throw myself into this. I've got to be there. I've got to be present. I've got to forego all my things to help this person. And what happens is you wear yourself down so much that you become useful to no one. And you've got to remember to take breaks and take time for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
and she was stressing throughout, and sometimes it can cause your stomach acid to pick up, and maybe that's how her esophagus problem popped up. She said, I found eating very hard, and it just worked very, very hard on a movie that was actually quite triggering because it also involved the theme of death of the death of my father. So I'm not really concerned about what you think, she said. I guess she was responding to maybe people who are...
Does she find comfort in being hot?
How can she not?
Yeah, right?
At least you're hot. You have that to fall back
That refrain
on.
is always comforting. By the way, you're still hot. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I'd forgotten. I appreciate that.
Do you have a mirror?
Pete Davidson and Madeline Klein are reportedly over.
What? I never knew they began.
Yeah, nothing's over.
Nothing is over.
Well,
nothing's over.
Yeah.
Pete Davidson is not over.
And Madeline Klein.
Back from Vietnam saying everyone's pointing to you have a huge penis.
So a source told The Sun that the two ended things fairly recently after less than a year of dating. And the split was amicable as well, according to the source.
Do you remember when all his dating activities were high profile?
Yeah.
I didn't even know this woman is. Yeah.
No, yeah. As with most things, they flare up for a little while and then
they ebb and flow.
They fizzle off. And right now we're at Haktua.
Haktua, yeah.
And then after
She's all
that,
the rage,
that will fizzle out as well.
Then whiz bam.
Yeah. Whiz bam.
That'll be the next one.
So,
waiting in the wings.
Apparently, they parted ways on good terms, the source says. Pete and Madeline were first spotted together in September last year, just 1 month after Pete broke up with Chase Suey Wonders.
Sounds like an amusement park ride.
I was thinking a porn star, but during their time together, Madeline, they were spotted. She was sporting Pete. What does this say?
What does that say?
Spotting?
During
Rubber
their time
baby
together,
bunkers?
here it says during their time together, Madeline were spotted.
That's not right.
Supporting Pete at a number of his events. Okay. She was seen supporting him in Las Vegas during his comedy set, Pete Davidson Live. And the
did
two
you see her there?
were also spotted holding hands while arriving at a Saturday Night Live after party last year.
So a while ago, he had begun the process of removing, that was my understanding, and I think we'd all heard the same stories. Mm-hmm. He was going to remove all these sort of slapdash tattoos from his body.
Yeah.
And that we don't hear about that anymore. And
you don't hear about him anymore.
Yeah.
Is this the Madeline Klein girl that we're looking at a picture of? Wow.
Yeah, she's a knockout.
Yeah, gorgeous. Okay. So speaking of people being spotted together, apparently this is not what it looked like. At least that's what Tobey Maguire's ex-wife Jennifer Meyer said after the actor was seen leaving a Hamptons party with 20-year-old model Lily Chi.
Lily.
When Maguire got dragged by the internet over the pics, Meyer responded saying that he was kindly helping Chi to her car, adding he was simply being a good guy.
So when your ex steps up for you, that's probably a good sign because she's, I don't know if they've what kind of terms they're on.
Yeah, but your ex, if anybody was going to drag you,
to be your ex,
they could do that. So she said, and now he has been blasted online for dating someone that he is not.
Spider perv.
But she says, thank you for your rude comment. I hope it made you feel better today. Wishing you love and light. She said later addressed the same commenter Again, saying, I am disengaging after this, but don't believe everything you read. I'm sure you were taught that somewhere. Toby is a good guy, as good as it gets.
I've heard a number of stories that he is a good guy. And you've heard things that, that he's had his off days, and I guess he's only human. But, yeah, recently I've been hearing very good stuff about Tobey Maguire.
Yeah, I kind of put him in the good guy category, you know.
Worldly known good guy?
Worldly known good guy. I think so, especially since Spider-Man.
Domestically.
Yeah. So it's officially over.
Nothing's over! Nothing is over! Nothing is over! You said Pete Davidson was over. He wasn't over. Who are you going to tell me now? Who's over now?
Jason Momoa.
Jason Momoa's not over!
And Lisa Bonet.
They're
over. No.
Yeah.
Nothing is over! Asterisk. They're over.
They're actually over. The couple's divorce was made final yesterday.
Will you? It's a divorce lawyer.
Will you?
Bonet and Momoa were married for more than...
They should have done Bonoa.
Bonoa. They were married for more than 7 years. They were a couple for 12 years before they got married in 2017.
Unbelievable.
I know it is.
It's like a billion.
Bonet.
It's like a billion.
Bonet had filed for the divorce back in January. The documents listed the couple's separation date as October 7th, 2020.
There are a couple that I think, as with Lenny Kravitz and her, they all seem to maintain a very amiable and secure.
Yeah, they're kind of like Gwyneth Paltrow and Chris Martin.
Yeah,
you know? So the split is extremely amicable. Finances were agreed upon, as was joint custody of the couple's 16-year-old daughter Lola and
My
15
daughters.
I was waiting on that one.
and 15-year-old son Nicole Wolf. So
They're my daughters and my sons.
so they're finished, but everything is cool, and it was probably the best for them.
Hey, to the quick, I'm sorry to jump in here quickly. To the point, so Stallone has the daughters that do the reality show, but he had Sage, who was his son.
Oh,
and I think he passed away.
Really?
The
yes.
one that was in Rocky 4?
4. I think, yeah.
I don't know.
I may be talking way out of my ass.
I don't have Nick here today. He's usually the verifier of information, so he is out sick. So
Kathy is our fill-in Nick.
Kathy will dig in.
Nick.
Don't call me that. Yes. Died July 13th, 2012. Sage Moonblood Stallone.
Oh,
There
my
you go.
goodness.
Is that horrible?
I don't know. It was his eldest child.
Okay.
Was he sick?
What happened
think
to
it might
his
have
son? Let me
been
see. No, well,
Self-inflicted?
he was found dead in his Los Angeles home. They falsely reported the death due to prescription pill addiction, although the coroner ultimately found that Sage died from heart disease caused by a word I don't know, atherosclerosis.
No,
Sorry to bring it down,
Wow.
but
Okay.
we always hear about the daughters.
Doctors.
My daughters.
All right, well, here's the next story for you. And I don't usually report on this gal because it's just so weird, that whole Gypsy Rose Blanchard.
It is such a weird story. There was the mini series that was with Rosanna Arquette, based on this woman who falsely portrayed her daughter as being sick with cancer,
Right.
and got a whole bunch of money, and then Gypsy killed her.
Right. Her boyfriend did.
Her boyfriend,
and
yeah, they
then she went to
conspired.
prison, and
Yeah.
then she got out of prison. Now she's got a reality show or YouTube channel or something or whatever.
Yeah.
And
Was this a movie too?
It was a movie.
It was a reality-based documentary type of thing they had on her, and then it was a show. So anyhow, she's pregnant.
Yeah.
And she's expecting her first child with her boyfriend, Ken Urker. Urker.
Did I do that?
Gypsy revealed the big news in a video posted to her YouTube channel. She said, I know the rumors have been flying around for quite some time now, and I'm happy to announce that I am 11 weeks pregnant. Ken and I are expecting our very first child come January 2025. This was not planned at all. It was completely unexpected, but we're both very excited to take on this new journey of parenthood.
And needless to say, she says she doesn't want to be anything like her own mother.
Well, she said that she wants to be a good mom and everything that her mother wasn't.
Right.
All the things that I wanted in a mother, I want to give this baby, she says. So she's got one on the way. Joe Rogan is set for his first comedy special in 6 years. He will stream a set on Netflix August 3rd at 10 p.m. So it's a live set.
Yeah, wow.
The special called Burn the Boats will stream live from the Majestic Theater in San Antonio, Texas.
In his last special, which I thought was very funny, I think a lot of people don't realize how good his stand-up can be.
Yeah.
The bit where he is one of the Kardashians on the bedpost.
Oh, my God, dude. He goes in, like, I mean, that is, I mean, that's acting right there.
It's tremendous.
So, well, he was an actor, as well, if you remember. So
News radio.
A trailer for the special promises that Rogan will look some buttons teasing, "Don't get mad at me. You know why you came here." It's the latest live comedy special from Netflix. He follows similar live events from the streamer, including from Chris Rock and John Mulaney. So we'll see how that plays out. I thought this was interesting. Actor John Corbett. I've always liked him. Sex and the City and Northern Exposure and
My Big Fat Greek Wedding.
Big Fat Greek Wedding. So he's sharing some major career regrets on the Dana Carvey and David Spade Fly on the Wall podcast that he feels unfulfilled as an actor and believes that he chose the wrong profession.
Wow.
I think he's pretty good.
I think so, too. He said, "I'm at the fourth quarter of the football game now in life and in showbiz." He said, "It's just a fact, so I can reveal." He's 63, by the way.
Oh.
He said, I picked the effing wrong thing to do with my life," he said. He played Aiden Shaw in Sex and the City and explained he does not get to collaborate with writers on the projects that he stars in and feels unsatisfied not being a part of the creative process in any meaningful way. He said, "From my work life, I've made a lot of money. I live in a beautiful home. People come to me in every restaurant I go in. I'm a friend of the world," he said. "But as far as a fulfilling creative work life, I didn't write one effing line. I didn't write one joke that made people laugh, so it's been unfulfilling on that level."
So I was reading a bit of this, the transcript of this interaction, and does he say he could have? I mean, during all these years, he could have put pen to paper. Why? Does he say why he didn't?
No.
Was it his
not
daughters?
Not in the segment that I checked out.
My daughters?
Well, he said he has had good times as an actor here and there. He compared making a movie to waiting around in a doctor's office or watching paint dry. He said most of it's sitting and waiting for them to knock on your door and go, "Hey, we need you to come back here and say that thing again."
That's right, it stinks!
The Emmy nominee said that this makes for such a boring life, arguing that anyone who visited an actor on set would say that they never want to be here ever again.
Do you ever have flare-ups? Because occasionally I'll think, man, what if I had been a production assistant on Dance Moms?
Right.
What about it?
Yeah.
Yeah. In the future, he said that he will only take on projects if they seem really, really fun, although he noted he has often pursued roles that seem fun only to regret it. While he was self-conscious about seeming ungrateful, David Spade said the actor was simply revealing a, quote, a bleak reality that everyone kind of knows anyway, but they don't hear a lot. During the podcast, Corbett cautioned aspiring actors that they will likely not have a successful career. He said, "Young people who are listening, coming to Hollywood, just know this, it's not going to happen." He said, "You're not going to have a 40-year career where you only get to act and live in a multi-million-dollar house. You've kind of just got to know that that's not going to happen."
What was the movie or TV show, and I know I'm throwing a wide net here, he kind of played a villain. Do you remember anything like that?
No.
Or am I thinking of Cobra?
No, I remember a short-lived show that he was the lead on. It didn't take off, where he had some kind of psychic abilities or something like that. But I don't remember him being a villain.
The Stream of Consciousness nerd.
Maybe that was it. But it's interesting. It's interesting that he says that, you won't make it. And I think what he means is for the overwhelming majority of people, you're not going to become a star. You know what I mean?
Be realistic.
Yeah, you've got to go into that knowing that it's like, being a decent football player in high school.
Yeah.
And then as you start to make your way up with dreams of the NFL, finding out that it's next to zero.
It's such a double-edged sword because you always want to encourage, and you in yourself, if you think you want to, you make the go for it, but you do have to realize you have to have two tabs running in your brain.
You can't put all the eggs in one basket.
Right,
You've got to have backup plans because the likelihood of it happening is very slim. It might, and that's great, and that's, the dream.
You got to put the work in to do it.
Good chance that it won't, and you have to be ready for that.
Just think about like when you get surprised by an actor or an actress who breaks into song, in one of their productions, and you're like, wait a second, they can sing, and
Mickey
then you got to
Rourke
go
can sing?
You got to go. Oh wait, that's right. we're watching the most talented people on earth.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well,
yeah.
I always have contended this, though. If you think that what we see on TV and the movies represents the absolute best at everything,
right?
No, because there's also luck. Yeah. And there's also all these other elements.
But I just remember watching Zachary Levi singing on stage. He's singing Tangled. Right. And that's when I didn't realize that he played the part of Flynn Rider. And I'm like, Zachary Levi can sing? I'm like, oh, yeah, that's right. He is a professional performer.
But I agree with you, Steve. I think that there are much more talented people out there. They just, for whatever reason, couldn't break in.
Yeah. Right. That's it. It's like you talk about the YouTube videos, Preston, of those drumming phenoms.
Yeah, it's interesting, though, because I was thinking about this the other day of musicians, and you see all these, these virtuosos on YouTube and so on. But they may be great at doing that little bit. But do they have a wide enough range?
Are they us great?
No.
No, they can play other people's music.
But I'm curious if, do you guys think that there is somebody out there that has written possibly one of the greatest songs that could ever be heard by human ears, but we just don't know it?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, see, I don't.
Yeah.
See, okay, so I wanted to tell you this. I was recently in Nashville, and the amount of music that goes on there, I mean, it's astounding. But the talent that's there, and what's the percentage of them that are gonna become famous? It's not
slim.
It's slim, and they are. I mean, some of the singers there, I'm like, you're way better than the music that we're listening to right now. And, they're trying, and they're out there, and they're doing their own music, and they're doing covers. It depends on where they're playing and all that. But I just was watching everybody thinking they are so good, and people don't even know about them.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I also think that doesn't mean that the cream doesn't rise to the top, that the Beatles are the Beatles because...
Right.
I mean, come on.
Because they're that good.
Yeah.
So that's what I was thinking of. Is there a Hey Jude out there that we haven't heard? I don't know.
I think
there's a Hey You out there.
Yeah.
Hey you are not Jude. You're someone else.
Your name's not Jude.
I'll leave you alone.
I mean,
sorry to bother you.
We're doing it.
Yeah.
We're really doing it.
We just wrote it.
I told you, it's out there.
All right. A couple other quick things in this entertainment report. DreamWorks Animation announced that Shrek 5 is officially in the works. Mike Myers, Cameron Diaz, Eddie Murphy, all returning. I don't think Antonio Banderas is going to be a part of it. But Shrek 5 is slated for July 1st, 2026 release, 25 years after the first Shrek came out on May of 2001.
What was the Shrek 4 plot?
Let's see. Shrek Forever After was the most recent one in 2010, and I don't know, Steve.
Do you know what was surprisingly good, Preston, was the Puss in Boots movie, the Antonio. I thought the character was funny. I was like, could it handle a whole movie?
Yeah.
It literally was, he's expended 8 of his 9 lives, and it's sort of a metaphysical quest.
Right.
And it was better than I thought it was going to be.
Eddie Murphy had let slip recently, and we reported on it. He said, we started doing Shrek 4 or 5 months ago. I recorded the first act, and we'll be doing it this year. We'll finish it up. And he added another Shrek is coming out, and Donkey, who is going to have his own movie. So
do me a favor, if you get time over the weekend, watch Axel F. and tell me if it's not a big blast of nostalgia for you.
I got to spend some time with that for sure. All right, and then we'll do one more, and then we will move on. The classic spaghetti western, A Fistful of Dollars, starring Clint Eastwood, is getting a remake. The original movie came out in 1964. It was actually a remake of Akira Kurosawa's 1961 film Yojimbo.
A masterpiece. Is this going to be a fistful of spaghetti?
I don't know. Fistful of Dollars told the story of a drifter played by Eastwood who set 2 rival families against each other in an effort to make some money. It's still early days, so production details are under wraps for now. It's also not known if this is the first in a trilogy because the original went from A Fistful of Dollars into A Few Dollars More, and then The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Were you a fan of the Sergio Leone of a spaghetti westerns?
I was a little kid when they came out. I thought they were okay. I had a hard time with the overdubs.
Yeah, no.
But I'm a huge Clint Eastwood fan, so I did like them,
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood does a great job replicating that that genre and DiCaprio's character going into those films.
Yeah. All right, we can move on to the clips now. So we'll start with this one. In the new sci-fi show Sunny, an American woman living in Japan is gifted a robot after her husband and son disappear in a mysterious plane crash. And here Rashida Jones talks about the show's themes of loneliness and technology.
She gave herself over and abandoned this kind of like romantic ideal, and now it's all gone. And once again, she's like confronted with like this big lesson, which is like, can she depend on other people and sometimes robots to help her, discover the truth about her husband's past and maybe even, help her connect in a way that she thought she never would again.
Sunny premieres today. That's on Apple TV Plus, by the way.
I actually saw the trailer for that for the first time yesterday. It looks very fun. This robot.
Yeah.
No.
Is it comedic at all?
It looks like it can have. I mean, it looks like it has a bunch of different elements. There's mystery and all that stuff. But the robot Sunny itself, I was like, that's very pleasant to look at and listen to.
Yeah,
it was like Baymax from Big Hero 6.
There we go. Yeah, I like that.
But not as like fat.
Yeah,
just
you're a fat robot.
I mean, like
bulky, puffy,
calm, and
pleasant.
Pleasant. Right. Yeah.
Okay. Next clip. Longlegs follows an FBI agent's quest to apprehend a satanic serial killer, with a case only further complicated with links to the occult. And in this clip, director Osgood Perkins talks about why Nicolas Cage was the right actor for the role.
Nick is an incredibly deliberate, finely tuned artist. He's really in command of what he's doing. He's incredibly focused. He's really sharp, but of course he is. He's Nicolas Cage. You don't generate power like that from being a dud.
Shut up, dummy.
Longlegs releases this Friday in theaters. And that's it. That's your
nice
report for today. We have a lot going on today. We will announce the winner of the Jersey Shore 64 matchup. All right, we have the Cape May Zoo against Maurice Piers. And we're going to find out who the champion is about an hour from now. So get set because we will reveal that. And thank you to everyone who voted for that. We are also around that time going to reveal our final Preston and Steve Day Off at Dorney word of the day and how to enter that and possibly win yourself a 4-pack of tickets to join us tomorrow.
How excited are you for Dorney tomorrow?
Stoked.
Going to be so awesome.
Yep. Rides are opening early. And if you get those tickets, you can be with us before it becomes 1,000 degrees. So... we will also go live on Fox Good Day this morning, and our buddy Jim Jackson of Flyers Play-by-Play fame is going to be stopping by, and Steve Byrne, great comedian, longtime friend of the show, who's at Helium Comedy Club tonight, will be joining us as well. So we'll take a break, come back in just a moment, so stay with us, please.
This ridiculous series starring Donald Sutherland.
Donald Sutherland's in it?
Yes, Donald Sutherland plays John Paul Getty Sr.
Okay. Could you please... bring me up to speed. I don't know the story. I may or may have forgotten about the
There was a kidnapping, right? Yeah. And there were always allegations that the son or grandson arranged his own kidnapping.
So it was a
right to what I remember, and I'm going to have to say I'm maybe one notch closer to what than you are.
So there was a
kidnapping, a ransom,
and the grandson's trying to get it himself.
And the family's stance on it was they never pay ransom.
So Marty Singer, has filed court papers demanding that they provide him. Marty has to see all 10 episodes of Trust.
I filed those mother effers.
And
I said kabooyah.
In court papers, Singer claims the show defames Getty family members and hints at a possible lawsuit.
It defames, it defrauds, and it's not delightful.
Is it delovely?
It's not even delovely.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
Marty is representing Getty's sister...
Betty Getty.
No.
Betty Getty?
So I'm Betty Getty's lawyer.
No. Ariadne?
Go with Betty.
Okay.
It rolls off the tongue better.
It does.
In court, it's going to be more impressive.
It's Ariadne, I guess.
Ariadne. It's not even a name. That's a rash you get on your balls.
That's not even a word. Ariadne.
Those aren't even letters.
Ariadne, those are not.
I bet you it's like Adrian or something. And
it's a typo?
Yeah.
And they misspelled it? Mm-hmm. I don't know.
I submit to the court that it's a typo.
The court papers filed to Trust exec producers Danny Boyle and Simon Beaufoy.
Oh, they're the producers of the series, the miniseries.
Yes.
We hate.
that we hate.
Yes.
The claims that Getty's kidnapping resulted in 9 arrests and 2 convictions, but that Trust outlandishly makes it appear as if members of the Getty family were actually complicit in the kidnapping and that the crime had been faked in an attempt to dupe grandfather and billionaire J. Paul Getty out of millions of dollars for the benefit. So,
but it was not as if there was not that rumor floating around.
Right.
They're just taking that angle. But I can see where the family would be upset.
Yeah, and by the way, his statement was, "This is outrageous."
It's outrageous and disgusting. It's not delightful. It's not lovely.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's not even wonderful.
Tiger Woods and ex-girlfriend Kristen Smith are fighting a legal battle as she's trying to get out of a non-disclosure agreement that she signed at the end of their relationship.
Is this the Perkins waitress?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Smith, who dated Woods from 2015 to 2017, so they were together for a while, claims that the agreement isn't enforceable for an undisclosed reason, and the two are in arbitration over her attempt to get out of it.
I wonder how legally binding, and we're seeing these things put to the test, these NDAs, these non-disclosure agreements are. You know, I mean, how
for a girlfriend, though?
Yeah.
I don't get that.
They said it's not uncommon, though. TMZ Sports cited a source as saying Woods has threatened to release embarrassing pictures of Smith if she doesn't comply with the terms of the NDA.
Is that legal?
Which he reportedly offered her an undisclosed sum to sign, although it's not clear if she accepted it. Now, that's rumors.
Sure.
Smith reportedly believes Woods cheated on her during the relationship, and that's why they broke up. Woods had several affairs while he was married to ex-wife Elin Nordgren. It's not uncommon for pro athletes or celebrities to have romantic partners sign NDAs so that if they break up, the other person can't publicly disparage them or harm their reputation.
Well, you can see that also because if you're a high-profile sports star, you can be targeted for that reason.
But at what point do you do that? Is that like a second date thing?
right before the handy.
Yeah.
Right before the hand.
Could you sign this, please?
Listen, since you have one hand available, sign this.
And I bet you it's
Here's
not.
a pen.
I bet you it's not them though. Like the person saying, "Hey, here, sign this."
My name is Marty Singer.
Yeah,
Before you
seriously.
proceed with that manual stimulation, I have a few documents you'd sign. And by the way, I'd recommend you use a hand lotion.
Yeah.
My client tends to chafe about the genital region.
He's in the back seat.
Right.
Well, but
I
it's a
see
way.
your head making a trajectory towards his lap, and before we enter into this realm of all gratification, there are a few documents I'd like you to sign. Don't worry, the notary is in the trunk.
Yeah, but it's a way for them to say, "Well, they make me do it. You have to sign it." Like not to put it on them.
Exactly. You're exactly right. That's a perfect deflection.
Yeah. He can't give her pleasures until that's how they pitch it.
Pleased to meet you. You're a lovely young woman, and I'm sure you're going to make him have many orgasms. But before we enter into that, please stand in front of this cyclorama. I need to take a picture of it.
Speaking of boner dreams,
Okay.
Have you ever finished an entire?
Of course.
Really?
Never.
I never have.
Of course.
I never
I thought that
A
always
nocturnal emission?
No, yeah, no.
I thought that always happened when you were like teenagers.
It happens to some
Never.
people, but not to me.
Oh.
I've had sex dreams where Kathy, the docking is about to happen. And
Wait, you were going to do it with another guy? You guys were going to
Not
dock
that
together?
kind of docking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not foreskin.
That is a dream come true.
I mean, that's what docking is.
Hi. It's great because I'm not circumcised.
Use a different analogy.
I've got lots to play with.
Man.
You're going to be Soyuz, and I'm going to be the Apollo.
I was trying to think of a way to not say penetration.
You're about to fist a man you met at a bar. No.
You were about
Not docking. You're about to turn around and receive a man into your posterior.
gay sex with another guy.
No, none of those things.
Oh.
Absolutely none of those things at all.
Oh my God.
So did you do the foreskin thing again, please?
I've lost the foreskin.
Oh my God.
This docking is going to be one for the history books. We're going to be like a Chinese finger puzzle.
It'll be like when two dogs get it on and they have to wait for the swelling to go down.
On another note, as far as Steve, you had said waking up and then you realize, oh, okay, I'm back in the real world.
It's okay.
Have you ever had, and I had one last year where I took a nap and I was really, really tired and I woke up and I didn't know where I was. and it took me a few seconds to figure out where I was.
Yes.
And that was really scary.
I nodded off.
That was really scary. That leads me to believe what like dementia and Alzheimer's might be like.
Yeah, what it might feel like.
Yeah. I mean, because I was in my own room. The most.
It's okay, baby. It's okay. We're still docked and everything is fine. We're totally docked. We're snugly inside the docking bay. Just relax. Just relax. Daddy's gonna cuddle.
Daddy.
I was worried I was not still connected by genitals to another man.
After filing for divorce from David Charvet, after 6 years of marriage, TV host and Dancing with the Stars season 7 champ Brooke Burke opened up about their split on the blog Modern Mom.
Can I guess what the reason was for the split?
Yeah, I haven't read it, so I can't answer.
Too stupid. He was stultifyingly stupid.
The pair share 2 children, Shea, who is 10, and Heaven, who is 11. She also shares...
She really didn't rip the lid off that, did she?
She also shares 2 children, Neria and Syria.
Syria and Neria?
Sierra.
Neria and Syria.
Yeah. But Neria, N-E-R-I-A-H. Well, listen,
this is Africa.
11, so
I think it's Nariah, maybe.
Nariah.
Okay.
And Soraya.
Yeah, you're right.
Soraya.
Psoriasis and psoriasis and eczema.
Yeah.
Oh,
Diarrhea and psoriasis.
This is leprosy and conjunctivitis.
This is our son priapism.
She was married to and his sister Ben Penis.
Yeah.
She married to like the #1 plastic surgeon in Hollywood for a couple of years. So that's where
and then she got her work done, and then she moved on.
Alopecia and
moved on to somebody
squirts.
Else. When you said this initially, that she was getting divorced yesterday, I was thinking Brooke Burns. I always got those two by the name mixed up because, man, she was on that show. Was it Dog Eat Dog?
Oh, my God.
What a stunner. And her and Bruce Willis were a couple
for a while. Yeah. And she's a tall drink of water.
Yes, she is.
Brooke Burke does commercials for mild incontinence.
And she used to do Skechers.
Yes.
She does mild incontinence.
Well, she like, I'm a workaday woman and blah, blah, blah. And sometimes I piss myself. No, it's sort of like little leak. A lot of people suffer from it. Like if you
after having babies and stuff like that.
Leak.
Occasionally, if you laugh hard or you go to pick up a car, you'll pee a little bit.
Boys incontinence pads.
There you go.
I knew women who would pee when they laughed every single time.
Oops,
I felt bad for them.
Oops, pooped a little.
No, I have a friend.
Stop making me laugh. You're making me crap myself.
I have a friend who peed all over our other friend's chair because she was laughing so hard and she just couldn't control it.
You know?
It is one of those things.
Yeah, you pop a few babies out of there and it's tough.
When I had the prostatectomy, I was wearing those first off the
diapers.
Sure. By the way, the adult diapers are the best underwear you could possibly wear. They're super comfortable.
Wait, you wore the diapers?
I
didn't know this.
For like a week.
Oh, I had to, after my vasectomy.
You had to wear them too?
I had to wear, in fact, I have a picture of me here with it on somewhere in there. Not like full-on diapers. I can be crapping myself.
My mommy.
But that was more for the front. Steve, you had the butt and everything, right? Everything covered, right?
What they do is they're awesome, Kathy. You would love them.
I can't believe we're talking about
they have this huge 3.5-foot safety pin.
I would love
and then
them.
I go around with this huge pacifier.
No.
think of like regular briefs that are a little bit thicker, but they're great.
But we wore them in college for fun, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it would be a drunken night in the fraternity house.
Hey, Marissa has adult diapers.
No, that's a diaper.
No, that's a real diaper.
Oh, that's a real diaper.
Yeah. That was my my big break into radio as I wore diapers to live broadcasts.
Right, they're comfy.
No, that's not what I'm talking
That's
about.
like a pull-up if you have trouble going when you go to bed, Preston.
Yeah, for adults. Yeah, exactly.
No, I didn't wear that.
You didn't wear this?
No.
Okay.
It's like a regular like a brief. That's just a little thicker.
There you go.
You look a Roman soldier.
Thank you. I put the diaper on my head. I used to do this for fun when we had kids. I'd put a diaper on my head, and I wish it stood straight up. How cool would that be? If it like a cone
Put
head.
your back scratcher in there.
Your chef is here.
You might be able to have it stick up.
I think it might be too tall. I would try this out. Marissa's taking pictures, so you'll be able to enjoy it at home.
Hang on.
Wait, hang on.
All right, come on, jam it in there.
I almost got it. Hang on.
There you go. You got it.
Oh, man.
No?
God, you look like Johnny Bravo.
I'm trying to help you.
Albino Johnny Bravo. I got a damper on my head, man.
All right, hang on. Sorry.
Casey.
Casey's got the right idea.
Casey's got it. It's up.
Casey's done this before.
This is not my first diaper head rodeo thing.
That looks great, actually.
Hi, everybody.
He's slow.
I'm waving to the camera.
What's in the front?
What's in the front? You mean what's in the front?
Well, there's a little like.
It's business in the front, and then the party's in the back.
Diaper in the back.
Okay.
Business in the front,
What are you
diaper in the
talking
back.
about?
There's the little rectangle area right above the forehead.
That's your absorbent part.
Yeah, it's the absorbent. Today, around this time, we were talking. Well, no, it was later in the show, but it was the 25th anniversary of the movie Anchorman.
Yes.
And Will Ferrell was on the podcast with Christina Applegate, who, of course, was in Anchorman, co-starred with him in that. And Jamie Lynn Sigler, they were talking about Will Ferrell and just, diving into his world. And he had this interesting story to tell about something that affected him deeply. And it seems so minor, but apparently it was a big deal to him. When he was a kid, he revealed how torturous it was for him to tell his teachers that his name is not actually Will. It is not his legal name. They were doing the roll call, and he said, and I quote, "This is a minor thing in terms of," he said, "it's not even really trauma, but I remember feeling so embarrassed because my real name is John. It's John William Farrell. So first day of school, I'd be John." He said the teacher would be like, "John Farrell." And it was so embarrassing for me to have to say here, but I go by Will, I don't go by John. And the name issue would typically continue for the remainder of the first week, which he called excruciating. He said for the first week of school, it took like a week before the teachers remembered, that's right, you're Will. And it was excruciating, he said. So the beginning of the school year was always like, oh my gosh, I hate this. I have to remind the teacher that I'm not John. He said it wasn't my choice when he was asked why he disliked the name John. He said, my parents named me John, but they called me Will, and I grew up as Will, but on a rule sheet, my legal name is John Farrell. So he was unable to pinpoint why exactly he found it so embarrassing, but the memory has clearly stuck with him. He said, I don't know why it was so embarrassing to me to have to explain I'm actually Will. He said, people are probably going to be listening to this and going, well, that is the lamest thing ever.
But there are very similar things to that. My question would be, why did the parents name him John only to call him Will?
It might be a family name.
Yeah,
it might be the same name as his father, and just so they didn't have confusion.
Right.
You're
Will.
You're Will.
Yeah.
Right.
Possibly.
But
So-
go ahead.
So there's two tabs running here, and I'd like to get input from those who are listening. Do you hate your name?
Right.
Your actual name? Do you still live with this name and you hate it? And also the other thing is, what is that little? And we all have this. We all have something that is stuck with us that's just, it's not a big deal. But for whatever reason, it is a big deal to you. A little thing that happened, a little cringe moment that happened, they pop up in my head all the time.
And you know it's not really technically a big thing, but you can't shake it.
There's something chemically that happens in our brain, and you can feel it, that sting of that memory. And there's some kind of biochemical thing that's going on in your head that makes it uncomfortable. And I have that on a daily basis. I'll think of something.
Yeah.
And I can't always recall them immediately and go, oh yeah, let me tell you about this thing in my life. But it happens. Marissa's got one. Hang on a second here.
This immediately came to my brain. I've been waiting for the right moment because I know that Matt's parents listen to the show. His niece is 7 years old, so maybe 5 years ago she couldn't say my name, so she called me Marara.
Marara?
For
what are you, stupid?
For one visit, once, for 2 weeks. And his dad calls me Marara every day since.
Oh, no.
I love you guys so much.
But I hate that nickname.
Kind of.
And now we're going to call you Marara.
Marara.
what happens when you tell a story like that, right?
Yeah.
Like
I
now
know.
that's it. Now it's stuck.
You're welcome.
You did hear her on the show, didn't you? She doesn't like you at all.
I never liked my full name, Kathleen. I never liked it. I always wished that I had a different name. I mean, now I don't care, but I never go by that. There's one person in my life that calls me that, and it's my cousin, and she calls everyone in the family by their given name.
Really? No one calls you Kathleen?
No, nobody
All right.
has ever called me that. Not my parents, not my grandparents, no one.
Bill Weston used to.
No.
Kathleen.
Kathleen.
Yes.
Kathleen.
What are you having a period?
215-263-WMMR. I always hated my name growing up. I've told you guys that
Yeah, because it
before.
was unique.
Yeah, it was different. It was odd. It stood out, and people, you hadn't heard that much. And as a kid, people would be like, kind of, cock their head to the side and go, "What was your name?"
Kathleen?
Kathleen? That's kind of odd. But after, high school and that range, then I started to appreciate it. Now I really like its uniqueness.
Yes, yeah, of course.
And I've told you this. We don't have to get into it. But when I was a kid, I wanted to change my name to Harold. I hated being called Casey because there was a girl in my class named Stacy, and it was always Casey and Stacy and Stacy and Casey and
you had to
Harold.
put up with Casey Girl.
Yeah. Well, I didn't mind that because I was a grown up, but as a child, you don't. As I was a kid, my feelings were important to me then, but as an adult, I can look back and go, okay, not that big of a deal. But I wanted to be called Harold. Harold Carmichael played for the Eagles, and that's what I was.
Case I had my name that I wanted people to.
What was the
if
name?
I was going to change it, Sarah.
Sarah.
Yep.
Wow.
I know, without an H.
Without an H, very specific. You were one of those.
Oh, it's so funny how people will be. It's not Tom, it's Tommy.
Yeah.
Or it's not Jimmy, it's Jim.
Kids in the Hall had a great bit. There was a guy, Darryl.
Darryl.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yes, I love that.
Darryl.
It's Darryl.
That's because my friend's husband's name is Daryl, and I was like, Darryl. You're like, that's not funny.
You know what, though? I feel like there's two types of people, though. Either, if the name is said wrong, you correct them, or some people just
roll with it.
Roll with it and let it go.
Like Rochelle. You say she rolls with her mispronunciations all the time.
You want me to be Rachel? Fine, I'll be Rachel. But the ones that I think the most corrective are the Andrea.
My friend's name is Andrea, and
it's Darryl.
But listen, that is her name. You know what I mean? Like,
I get it.
Yeah,
so
that's
I'm
fine.
Steven, but Steve is what I'm called, and I was always a fan of Steve McQueen. And then that I'm older remembering that actor and love that actor, so it was like fine. But their friend, I mentioned this before. My friend was named Rocco. And middle name Nicholas.
Great name, Rocco.
Right, Rocco hated it.
Yeah.
As far from a Rocco as you could be. Very bookish, a great guy, but not a Rocco.
Tough name to live up to if you can't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Rocco?
Yep.
I try to get Jace to correct people, but he sort of is just one that goes with it. People call him Chase all the time. And I'm like, tell them it's a J, and he's like, no.
Oh, okay.
Like, he's just like, whatever.
He doesn't care?
Well, because it happens so much. Like, I think, I'm like, tell them, and he's like, I correct people all the time. I'm over it.
And I guess you have to weight the importance of that particular person that's calling you that time. Like this one I can let slide.
Yeah, if you're filling out a bank loan, they got to get it right.
Yeah, or if you're going to regularly see them, then maybe you correct them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I want to go to Robin. Hey, Robin, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Robin. All right, so is your given name Robin?
My given name is Robin, and it is so cringy.
Oh,
really?
you hate it.
I love that name.
And why? Can you pinpoint why you don't like it?
I cannot. It's an unusual name. I did not ever have a situation when I was younger that made me hate it. I've just always not liked it.
It's funny. I'm sure there's some point at which that occurred and you can't remember it, but it lingers.
Yeah.
And it's just wild.
But I just always associate the name, and I know a few Robins, and they're all awesome. You know what I mean? So
Batman's sidekick.
Yeah, and Batman's sidekick. Yeah.
Well, maybe that's the reason why I don't like it.
Right.
I thought maybe people would call you, hey, Rockin' Robin, or something like that.
I've had that as well.
So is there another name you would prefer to be?
Yeah, if I were to name myself, I would name myself Cecilia. In fact, if I know I'm going somewhere where I will never go again, or where I know no one's going to know me, if I have to introduce myself, I think it's funny, and I will introduce myself as Cecilia.
So you will use
Cecilia.
a faux name. You'll use Cecilia when you have a situation where you have some sort of anonymity.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
If I know I'm never going there, just because that's how much I hate my name.
Wow. Robin, are you Italian?
I am not Italian.
But is Cecilia Italian?
Yes, is she?
I don't even know.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, well, I think what Steve was wondering, is there a persona that comes along with Cecilia?
Right.
Or are you just you?
No, that's just it.
Just you?
Okay, all right.
I
Thank
love the sound of it.
It's a great name.
The sound of it.
It's a great name.
Did you mention what name you would go with, Preston?
Thank you, Robin. I always, as a kid, I wanted to be Dave, John, Steve, Mike.
That's a long name.
Frank.
Something normal.
Yeah.
And I guess those all were single syllable
Right,
ones
yeah.
too. So maybe that's part of it too. If you could switch genders and have a better name, I think I would be. I think I'd be Brittany. Brittany's are always hot.
They are.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I got automatically out of the gate. I had my gender name. It was Stephanie. I got that.
Yeah.
When kids wanted to make fun of me in school, that's what I got.
Okay. Hang on. Our friend Ra is on the line. I've always been curious about his name.
Yes.
Let's
it's
go
for
to him.
Robert.
R.A. Ra. Yo, Ra, what's up?
Roly-poly on my
Hey.
Yo, so yeah, I have a beautiful African name. Ra is only half of it. And I also have an African middle name as well because my parents are very Afrocentric. I was born in the 70s and all that good
And
stuff.
you don't like it?
I like it. I actually like it, but it's personal. It's very personal.
Oh.
And it's also not something you want to hear said during sex because it's the name that I've been called by my mom. It's the name that I've been called in school. It's the name that I get called in the office and whatnot. So it's like, just call me Ra. And I just wanted to say to my fellow Leo, Marara over there, I know she must hate when I send emails in because my email is Ra-Ra. I apologize to Marara for sending her emails with that all the time and reminding her.
All right.
But,
So you keep your name, you keep the actual African name to yourself or to a small collective, correct?
Yeah, it's my family calls me by my full name, and it's like if I'm with a girl and she calls me by my full name, I'm like, no, now I'm out of it. Now you know what I'm saying? Now mom's here all of a sudden.
Well, look at Obama, Barack. Well, his real name is Barry.
It is.
Barry.
Yeah.
Oh,
really? I thought his nickname was Barry.
Oh. Well, Rob, what is your actual name? What is your real full name?
Oh, we're not saying.
Barack.
You
Barry.
can't do that. You can't do that. Dude, there are thousands of people.
It's Catherine.
For all to hear and tease me.
Can you do it?
We won't tease you.
We won't tease you. You're
Do
fine.
what? Huh?
We're not going to tease you. Tell us your full name.
Okay. It's Rod Jingle Jingle Hammersmith.
Oh, my
you're
God.
right.
He's sticking to his guns. All right, Ra.
Love you guys.
Love you.
I'd
We'll see
dig
you,
a
man.
cool African name, like something like give me a Wakandan name.
Let me go.
Of course, it would look kind of absurd.
I'm going to see how to pronounce this. Is it Samra or Samra?
It's Samra.
Samra. There we go. Hi, Samra.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. We're wonderful. So, what do you think about your own name?
When I was growing up in the 80s, I hated my name.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't find it on any pencils or notepads.
I know what that's like.
Mm-hmm.
No Prestons anywhere. Trust me.
Right? And, teachers would pronounce my name Samara. I'm like, where's the extra A? I know it's pronounced, it's spelled Samra, but it is pronounced Samra. Or like even today, I'll get Sumari, Sumatra.
So my coffee.
Like,
What's the derivation of the name?
Okay, so I'm half Chinese, and my dad's Chinese, and my mom is Pennsylvania Dutch. So, but my dad, he worked. He was a chemist. He worked with someone named Samra and liked the name. I believe it's Arabic. So he wanted to name me Samra. I did meet an Egyptian gentleman. He said in their culture, it's like dark color, like dark hair.
Okay.
I do have brown hair. I have brown eyes.
What do you feel about it? I mean, how do you feel about it?
Now I love my name because it's unique.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But when people mispronounce it, like you said earlier, I either let it go or I may correct it. It's kind of funny because my neighbor for years, I never corrected him, and for years he called me Samra, and others around us would called me Samra. And then finally one day he was like, "Wait a second, is your name? Do you pronounce it Samra?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I do."
You know how it's funny because for you this is more a seismic thing, and we hear it like it's just a nuance. It's like Samra.
Yeah.
It's like for me, not you. It'd be like, oh, that's not a big jump. But for you, it's like, can you believe it? But it's your name. You want it said right.
Yeah.
Right, and like I said, people are like, oh, like samurai. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, no, not like samurai.
Oh my God.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's a cool name, but at one point you had difficulty with it.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I got it. All right.
But
Thank you, Samra. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right.
Not having your name on the pencils and the cups. And
I know.
That was like
Keychains.
Yeah,
Yep.
that was a big deal if you couldn't find your name.
Yep. And it wasn't until recent years that I had found my name.
what was the biggest, letdown when you couldn't find your name? Was it the keychain, Kathy? The initial?
All of it, because mine was always Katie. You could find Katie, but you never found Kathy. And if it was Kathy, it was spelled with a C.
Right.
So I could never find mine.
Okay. If you're just tuning in, Will Ferrell revealed that his real name is John, and he has always hated it because of not really an incident, but at the beginning of the school year, when they were calling roll, they would call for John Ferrell, and he would have to say, "No, it's Will. I go by Will," and it was it's bothered him, just eating him up for years.
And he doesn't even fully understand why it does, but it does.
Yep. I'm going to go to, hang on, Benjamin's been on hold for a while. Hi, Benjamin. Morning, bud.
Yoo-hoo!
What's up, my man?
How you guys doing?
Good, man. All right, so how do you feel about your name?
So my full name is Benjamin Jacob Maxwell Kleinman.
Mm-hmm.
And when I was a kid, my mom used to call me BJ.
Oh.
There's a problem there. Yeah.
So until I was about 3 or 4, I was called BJ, and I have 3 older sisters, and they eventually told my mom, they were like, yeah, you can't call him BJ forever because he's going to be made fun of the rest of his life. So my mom sat me down and asked me to choose what I wanted to be called. If it was Ben, Jake, or Max. So I've been called Max my entire life.
Hand job wasn't on the table.
Yeah.
We're going to change your name to Harold.
Yeah. This is a
HJ
Phil
instead
Latio.
of BJ. Yeah.
So it was the same thing with Will Ferrell, where every time in school at the beginning of the year, they would do roll call and they would call me Ben, and I would have friends be like, no, he doesn't like to be called Ben, he likes to be called Max. And then I would have other people like, oh, why do you have multiple middle names? And then they would think it was funny that my mom would call me BJ. So that was always embarrassing at the beginning.
Wow. So you can relate to this.
Yeah.
But where did Max come from? Why Max?
So I have 2 middle names. I have Jacob and Maxwell as 2 of my middle names.
Maxwell. Okay, I got you.
Maxwell Pad.
So every year, yeah. Now, did this always kind of bother you a little bit when you had to make this correction at the beginning of the year? It's like, oh, God, here we go again.
It's always bothered me. Now, even when I tell people today, I still think about how I felt when I was in school, and there's a tingling still there.
There you go.
Yeah, it's funny how that stuff just imprints. I remember the process of Preston of filling out what they call the Delaney cards, which is the teacher would have a book that was kind of a layout of the class, and so you would fill out the card, and she would be able to look at the cards and call you by your name. And so you'd write the name you wanted to be called, Yeah. And that was your moment to write what you wanted the teacher to
decide
call you.
who you are gonna be. I'm gonna go to Andrea, I believe is how you say this name. Hi, Andrea. Good morning.
Yes, Andrea.
Yay! Not Andrea. Okay.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you, Andrea. All right, what did you want to tell us about your name?
Actually,
Yes.
Okay, so I don't go by Andrea, other than, professionally. I always went by Andy. I was supposed to be a boy, and my mom wanted her Andy.
Andy!
Oh,
it's spelled with an I?
Hey, yeah, Kennedy! So, when I was in 8th grade, and, when you're in 8th grade, you try so hard to be super cool and super I don't care about anything. And so the first day of school in English class, the teacher went through it's very similar. The whole, tell us what you like to be called. So I was trying to be super cool, super I don't care. And she said, Andrea. And I wanted to say Andy with an I. But all I said was, with an I. And it didn't even occur to me that I said it wrong. So, total silence. And I looked around, and everybody looked at me, and I was like, oh, my God, I just ruined my life in this middle school.
Andrea's...
And to this day,
yeah,
I still hear, with an I.
With an I. Yeah, those little moments, like you said, Steve, they imprint on you.
Yeah, you'll never forget them.
Dig in.
Never
and
forget
just
them.
There forever. Wow.
My first
Thank
day
you,
of high
Andy.
school.
Love you.
First day of high school, I'm walking through the cafeteria floor, and I stepped on the stickiest surface on the planet, and my shoe just stayed in place, and I kept on walking.
Walked out of your shoe.
And I walked right out of my shoe, and listen, I was a high school student.
Yeah.
For about 30 seconds at that point.
Hey, stick shoe.
I thought my life was ruined.
Yes.
From
my God.
one tiny little thing.
There's no way back. And but I mean, it is the gravity.
Yeah.
All eyes are on you.
Yeah.
You're as awkward as you could possibly be.
Right. Yeah.
How, John, where's the room where you go kill yourself?
Yeah.
I need to go there.
And so that's still, from time to time, you have a cringe moment thinking about it?
I actually now I laugh at how cringe I was at the time. I'm like, it's not that big. Your shoe fell off. It's really not that big of a deal.
I'm going to go to, let's go to Latori. Hi, Latori. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, how are you?
Great. All right, so Latori, interesting, unique name. What do you think?
Yeah, that's not my name. That's the whole problem.
So what is your name?
My birth name is Latoria, Latoria.
Okay.
And for years, everybody has been mispronouncing it, spelling it the way they want to, and I just go by Tori.
So what is the derivation of Latoria?
I don't know. Actually, my uncle and my mom made it up in the 70s. And every once in a while, I'll meet another Latoria, but I'm like, I'm special. I'm the first one.
So you go by Tori. I've always liked the name Tori.
I do too.
Yeah.
Hot girls are Tori usually.
Thank you. But actually, Tori is part of my name, so it's just easier. Just drop off the L and the A, and then you got Tori.
And at what point did that become your name? I mean, how old were you when you're like, all right, I am now Tori?
Middle school.
Middle school?
I mean,
yeah.
My uncle's been calling me Tori since I was a little girl.
Okay.
So, I just said, Tori's easier. You can spell it. You can say it.
And so, therefore, at the beginning of the school year, would you have to do what Will Ferrell was doing, correct the teachers? And
Yes,
okay.
absolutely. And my mom would send a note to the teachers and, say, well, she likes
My daughter wants to be called Will Ferrell.
Did it bother you like it did him that, okay, we have to go through this again?
Tremendously.
Yeah. Wow.
It still would be cringeworthy. And, when people actually say my actual name, it's like Rumpelstiltskin. I'm like, oh, you did it. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Jesus.
The trauma's real. The trauma's real. Yeah,
All right.
Absolutely.
Thanks,
It's not
Tori.
even that bad. I like that name.
I do too.
It is. But it's all, again, you talk about your shoe sticking. I remember in second grade, absolutely remember this as clear as a bell. Harvey Wagner was his name. Show and tell. He got up, he had written a little story, he overtaped it, and he ripped the story in half, and everyone started laughing. And I mean, that moment stuck with this kid through elementary school and junior high, and those things can imprint. So a lot of times, kids are right to be, this is this is it. This is set in motion.
Here's a call. So a lot of the stupid questions I've done lately have come from this particular gentleman.
Yes.
And his name is Harry Wood, who is on the phone now. Hey, Harry, how you doing, man?
I'm good, my friend. How are you?
Doing well. So what's it like being Harry Wood?
Oh, it's a joy. It's spectacular. Oh, I love it. It's been ever since pretty much when growing up, I didn't realize what my name really was.
Right.
Just like a little kid. But then around 5th grade, the stickers started going around, and I'm going, what? And then it hit me. I'm like, oh, great. I'm surrounded by pervs.
Well, I'm wondering when the term wood came into vogue in reference to
erections.
A woody.
Yeah.
And it probably, I don't remember that until maybe I was in like middle school or something like that. So so we can't like fully blame your parents, I don't think. You know what I mean, Harry?
No, I think my name is like is a pseudo family name, but like the fact that my first name is just Harry. It's not Harold.
Not Harold? Yeah. Okay, I was going to ask if it was Harold, but your actual name is Harry.
Yep, it's actually Harry, and my middle name starts with the letter J, so now I've got that going for me.
HJ.
Oh, man,
HJ
you got your
Woods.
hand job, the whole thing. This is my other son, Veiny Shaft.
Oh, my God.
Exactly.
Wow. But do you kind of embrace it now?
Well, the funny thing is, like about a year ago, I was at work and they had me going in for training, and the supervisor actually told me after I finished training he had a lot of trouble signing me up for the training because of my name. They thought it was a fake name.
Okay. Yeah. You would not. The odds of you getting your name read on like a like a news crawl.
Yes.
Where they're going to wish birthdays or whatever, or
Slim to
Al
none.
Roker.
Yeah.
And like I also suffered the fact that I don't get the keychains or any of those things that you guys mentioned earlier. I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Shop on Pornhub. You might find something.
All right, Harry.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Good to hear from you.
Have a safe flight.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. All right. One last call. You want me to go to line 8, Case?
Yeah.
All right. Let me go to Jody. We have Jody on the line. Jody, good morning.
Gadzooks, fellas.
Gadzooks to you, sir. All right, Jody. You grew up with a more feminine sounding name as a man, so that had to have been interesting.
Yeah, so my senior year in high school, I was MVP of my soccer team. So I went up to collect the trophy, and they presented me with a trophy, and the trophy had a female on top.
Oh, wow. What did you think? That had
Poor
to
girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
that burned deep.
That is one unattractive young lady.
I took it home, showed my mom, and my mom was like, "Oh my god!" To this day, I still have a trophy with a female on top.
No kidding.
I've known a couple of Jodies, male Jodies, in my life. It's not that uncommon.
It's not crazy uncommon.
Yeah.
It's like there are some men named Gail.
Yeah.
And there are some men with
Sandy.
Yeah.
Kathleen.
So there are some out there. You can call me Vicky.
I had an appointment at the VA for a urologist, and I went to the appointment, and apparently they scheduled it for the maternity. So
shut up. They sent you to the OBGYN?
This was 2 months ago.
Oh my God.
Dude. And is Jody, that is your full name, Jodie?
Jody.
Jody.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. All right. Stop it.
What?
Stop it.
Let's go, girls.
Thank you.
My name's
Thank you,
Casey.
Jody.
Okay.
Jody.
That's true. Casey, while that can be, either name gender-wise can lean towards female. So
And dogs.
All right. Well, interesting. And I didn't know that having to correct a teacher at the beginning of a year as a child could be
Traumatic.
Not full-on traumatic, but, it affects you.
Yeah. Listen, decades later, he's talking about it on a podcast, so it did something.
Will Ferrell. So, all right. Well, thank you for the calls. There were a lot of good ones that we didn't get to, and I apologize to you on that regard. We're going to take a break. Come back in a second. We have to go live on Fox Good Day. We will do that. We will also be getting into the Bizarre File and revealing our Dorney word of the day. Last chance to win those tickets for our live broadcast tomorrow. Stay with us. Pee and poop.
What I was wearing was...
I've never seen a diaper on a man's head like this before.
Okay,
what I was wearing was like a brief that was just a little bit thicker than regular underwear. Okay. Not this behemoth.
All right. Well, anyhow,
Brooke Burke's Peas or Pants.
What's that?
That's how we started talking about.
No, yeah. So Brooke Park Peas or Pants. Yeah. So anyhow, she said that they are all committed to moving forward as a loving family.
I don't care.
All right. Let's see what we got here. A preview of what appears to be Ghost's new single, Rats, has emerged online ahead of the track's official debut.
I can't help but think of Charlie Brown when you say that.
I know. The 26-second excerpt comes just days before the full song's rumored arrival on Thanksgiving evening or Friday morning.
Rats.
Rats is taken from the
It's a delightful Charlie Brown story.
Rats.
The Swedish band's upcoming fourth album, for which more details are also said to be arriving at the end of this week. Isn't that funny? That used to be kind of a pseudo curse word for kids.
Yeah.
Rats.
It was akin to the C word.
Yeah.
Was it? No.
Oh, it was completely the C word.
Ghost frontman.
What did you just say? Did you say the R word?
R dash dash dash.
But I didn't say roads. I said the big one.
Ghost frontman Tobias Forge told Loudwire about Rats when he said, when I was when I was a kid, there was a concert called Moscow Peace Festival. Ozzy Osbourne opened with I Don't Know, and it's such an effing great opening track. He said this was in front of like 80,000 people who went nuts, and I wanted to have that feel with Rats.
What's that?
That's
Rocky doing the Rocky.
Exactly. Say, do that again. I'm sorry. I would not have even.
No.
I would have never picked up on that.
But Casey did.
I did.
Yeah.
Well, it's the best Rocky ever.
Rocky 4.
Rocky 3 was on last night.
Dear God.
And they're still doing a marathon.
Clubber Lang and Thunderlips.
Yeah.
Yeah. God. That the training sequence, especially with the beach race, which looks like
it's him and Apollo, right?
Oh my God! Yeah, it is.
Palo.
Yeah. But not to go off on a tangent here, but Adrian's speech on the beach is so. She's a good actress, but not in that scene.
I don't remember. What was it?
You're a fighter. You gotta get up and fight. I married a fighter.
Yeah, you don't act too good. I know you're like the Godfather. You were terrific, but you're just literally terrible now.
There's a funny new character, Steve. I'm sure you've seen on SNL. That's every girlfriend in every boxing movie ever.
Yeah. Oh no, I'd love to see that.
It's really good.
Who's doing it?
It's one of the newer actresses. Yeah, and it's on Weekend Update.
Oh, I got to see that.
And it's basically like Renee Zellweger and Cinderella Man and meets Adrian meets
the put upon, long suffering.
Yeah, she's taking the kids to the sister's house, and it's one cliche after another, but it's really funny.
So maybe. There we go. If you have the clip, yeah. So maybe you lose, or maybe you don't, but you gotta fight.
Excuse me, now I gotta go feed the seagulls.
What?
They fly down and they eat it right out of your hand.
You're an idiot.
I'm sorry, were you saying something? I plan on giving up.
Instead of fighting?
This guy's a very good fighter.
Yeah.
He's got a mohawk.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Mickey protected me.
Wow.
So this was about Ozzy?
No, it was actually about Ghost.
Oh, Ghost.
And then we went to Ozzy, and then we went to Rocky.
All right, Russia.
But it's what we do at the Preston and Steve Show. Ghostman.
My name is Ghostman Scooby-Doo.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you, Ghost Man. Can you talk some sense into this bitch?
That's how you fight with your woman. Scooby-Doo.
All right, Kevin, we're playing Mashup Madness. You know what to do, right?
Most certainly.
All right, here is the mashup for the two of you. Here we go.
Kevin.
Right. Okay, Kevin. Kevin, the two songs, please.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Hang on.
Hold on.
Say that again.
Do Me Like the Devil and...
Yeah. Are you sure?
No, that's we can't give it to you. Do me with the devil is not a correct title.
All right, but it's gonna hurt. I have thorns on my pee-pee.
But listen, Katie gets to take a shot and ask.
Oh, God, this is so much harder when you're under pressure. Well, I do know that it's Running with the Devil.
Okay. And what's the other song?
You know that beat. You know it.
No. Wahoo!
Sing the lyrics in your head.
I can't get it.
Oh, sorry. That means, Kevin, you get to take another shot at it.
Running with the Devil and Celebrate.
Yeah! You got it back! Do me like the devil! All right,
Okay,
Katie.
but lava comes out.
Pedro Almodovar has set the stars for his upcoming film Dolor y Gloria, which is pain and
Baby's Day Out in Spanish.
It's pain and glory.
Okay.
His production house El Desio announced that Almodovar will reunite with Antonio Banderas.
Yes.
And Penelope Cruz.
I have worked with him in many pictures. Many of them in my native language of French.
No, not French.
No?
Spanish.
Spanish.
Penelope Cruz as well.
Absolutely.
And it will.
Don't you love me, Antonio? I do. I love you boobies.
It will chronicle a. What do you love?
I love you boobies. They protrude like two fleshy missiles.
It will chronicle. It's so romantic.
Yeah.
You know?
And you snatch is nothing to sneeze at.
Dude.
Totally went there.
It sounds less
what's a
FCC
snatch?
offensive.
When you say snatch?
See, you snatch. It's very trimmed like a Sharpay.
What is a snatch?
It's the little cardboard between your thighs. Your snatch.
Technically, that's not a real word, so you know,
it's not FCC violation.
it's okay.
No.
Should be good.
Yeah.
S-N-A-S-H. Snash.
It's very similar to your gatch.
All right, then.
He says Spanish 101.
Oh, dear God. What I have written in quotations on my info sheet is the word meshies.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you guys know what it is because Casey told us what this is. But this is from we'll
just say a friend of mine.
A friend of yours and his girlfriend.
Yes, this is years ago.
They eventually get married?
No.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
Murder, suicide.
No. That's not what happened. But what age range are we talking when the meshies were happening?
Freshman year in their college.
In college. And they were both virgins?
They were both virgins.
Okay.
And they had dated for a long time in college, and I just assumed
they'd done it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just assumed that and because they were especially he was so committed. Do you know what I mean? Like, so
very committed to her?
Yes.
Okay.
And it was like one of those deals, like, you know, the first person that touches it, you're like, oh my God, I'm going to marry this person.
Right.
It was like that kind of commitment.
Okay.
And I didn't find out until just a few weeks ago that that whole time, because they had dated, I think, almost all the way up until senior year.
So for years.
Yeah. They never had sex.
Okay.
Yeah. Some people make the choice to do that.
Yeah.
But it goes even further. They used to do this thing called meshies. Okay. And
meshies.
This is going to be interesting how you describe this.
It was funny because when I was doing the makeover, Kathy, when your friend Elisa came
she
by,
called them meshies?
she kept calling my shorts meshies.
Like mesh shorts.
And in my mind, I just was laughing.
You were thinking of this.
Because meshies completely means something else now.
Okay.
But so when they didn't actually have sex, but they would mess around with each other.
Is this okay? Just to clarify here, is this through the clothes stuff?
So, meshies was a special thing, a special treat that he would receive from her.
Yes.
Where he would have to go put mesh shorts on. Okay. And she would perform on him.
Okay, so and this would be no underwear?
No underwear, just meshies.
Okay.
And she would
She would
She'd
show
use her mouth.
She would use her mouth.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to go and say what she's
Fine.
doing with her
No,
mouth.
she could be yodeling.
Yeah.
Why did he
We've
have
got Fox Good Day coming up in about 20 seconds or so. We're going to hear some music, and then we'll jump on. It's Mike and Shayna today. By the way, we'll do the Bizarre File. We'll also give you the Day Off at Dorney word. I'll get to that before we do B-File. And then after that, we'll break and come back and reveal... We should have the winner of Jersey Shore 64.
Wow.
So I'm excited to find out who it is and share that information with you. So it's on the way. Here we go.
You know that song, the Pina Colada song, actually called Escape by Rupert Holmes, topped the charts in 1979. So Preston and Steve are playing that song because it is National Pina Colada Day. And we want to know if you like them and what your favorite drink is.
I celebrated early over the past 4 or 5 days, Pina Colada Day. I love Pina Coladas. And so I have a shore house, and I was telling my friends that I've determined 2024 is the summer of rum.
Really?
At the shore house, yes.
Yes.
So pina coladas, Mai Tais, stuff like that. I just wanted to go tropical this year, but I'm a fanatic for pina coladas. They're so yummy.
Yeah, Kathy, you're a margarita.
I am margarita, and unfortunately, I don't like coconut and I don't like rum. So but I can appreciate your love for it, Preston, because that's how much I love margaritas.
Yeah, they're solid. You guys margarita fans? Or I mean, not margarita, pina colada fans?
Oh, absolutely.
I would say both. I think I just love summer drinks overall. We're coming to your house, Preston, because that sounds amazing.
Yeah.
The
Come
Mai Tais,
on.
Pina
Well,
coladas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the
Sounds like
good?
you know how to make them great.
As a non-drinker, and I have had the mocktails, and I'm appreciating how the game on the mocktails is getting better and better. But does a pina colada translate well to a mocktail?
Oh, yes. Yeah,
does
most definitely.
Maybe even more so.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're very, very yummy. Creamy and coconutty. And I make mine with fresh pineapple. I have little tiki glasses that we put them in. The umbrella with the cherry and the piece of pineapple, the whole thing, man. And we can make it without liquor for you, Steve.
All right. Yeah, and I've had a mojito as well.
Oh, mojitos are good, too.
Yeah.
That's another good rum drink.
But as a mocktail, it's not so good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't find right.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Doesn't hit the same, no.
No,
Yeah.
I would say that to that point, that the Preston's point, that the pina coladas and the strawberry daiquiris, like my kids would order them like crazy, and the bar bill's like through the roof whenever you go on vacation. You're like, water for you kids.
Yeah, daiquiris. Now daiquiris, I've had virgin, what they call virgin daiquiris. Those are very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, my parents grew up in the 1970s. I grew up around them making lime daiquiris all the time.
At the swingers parties, where they
yeah, and the constant sound, the constant sound was blender, baby.
Yeah.
So I'm happy that it's Pina Colada Day. Although I gotta give my liver a break after the past few days. I won't be celebrating on this very day today.
Well, yes. I think all of us need to take a little bit of a break from all of this heat as well. All right, gentlemen and ladies, thank you. We
Thank you.
appreciate it.
All right, we'll see you later, guys. So yeah, dude, they're great with virgin with just the mix. You can just get Pina Colada mix.
Yeah.
And just throw in some ice and blend it up, and boom, you got yourself a great mocktail.
It sounds like it would be good. I had one of the greatest drinks I've ever had. It was at La Concha in Puerto Rico, and it was a daiquiri. It was a virgin daiquiri. And is there just a straight up daiquiri that is like a strawberry daiquiri, a banana daiquiri? Is there just a daiquiri?
No, they're all fruit-based.
They're all fruit-based,
So a
yeah.
lime, I think the standard daiquiri is lime.
Okay.
That's like if you just order a
love lime
daiquiri,
juice.
that's probably what you're going to get.
This was the greatest drink I've ever had,
Yep.
and it had to be about 250,000 calories. But it was, and I've yet to replicate that taste. It was so good.
I will say, though, just thinking about this, the pina colada, I think, and I haven't had one in 13 years, 14 years, it might be the best tasting
Thing on earth?
Well, I mean, not thing on earth, but I mean, taste-wise,
Yeah.
it might
Of
be
all
the
the
best
drinks?
tasting cocktail, I think, that's out there. But if you don't like coconut, then
Right.
it's not going to be for you.
It kind of gets beat up a little bit because it's seen as a fruit cocktail.
Yes.
Oh, a pack of cigarettes and a pina colada, please.
But they're really good.
Yeah, why is that? Because margaritas really aren't. Like, you're kind of
Yeah.
okay if you order a margarita.
You know why? Tequila. Yeah. Because tequila has an air of, we're getting hammered tonight,
Right.
man. We're doing tequila. So I think that's the difference.
Okay.
But a good pina colada is nothing to be embarrassed about. They're fantastic. Absolutely.
Pina!
All right. It is now 8 o'clock, so I can reveal to you our Preston and Steve Day Off at Dorney Digital Word of the Day, and it's our last one because the live broadcast is tomorrow morning. So the word is tomorrow, and you just go to our Preston and Steve Show channels, the social channels, Facebook, Instagram, X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it, and enter the word, or you click on the link, and then the link will take you to where you need to enter the word tomorrow. And this is our last 4-pack of tickets to give away for the event tomorrow morning, where we will be broadcasting live right next to the brand new roller coaster Iron Menace, and you end up getting free parking, free admission for the day, and early entrance to enjoy the rides that are opening early. So make sure that you take advantage of that. And the word is tomorrow, but we need you to enter that now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Delco Trim Light. Visit DelcoTrimLight.com to schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest permanent programmable holiday lighting system around. Well, we were just talking about margaritas. Why don't we kick off the Bizarre File with this? A small town of Waycross, Georgia, has been rocked by the, quote, margarita butt funnel controversy.
Okay.
A video showing a man trying to put a funnel in a girl's butt and pouring a margarita into the funnel.
Righty.
When the funnel strategy didn't work out so well, the guy then reverted to just pouring the beverage down her butt crack. Eventually, a restaurant employee saw what was happening, put a stop to it. As it happens in a small town, it didn't take long for the story to spread and outrage itself. So,
Andy, did you hear?
Rodeo's management later put out a statement on social media saying that they are aware of the incident and it does not reflect the values held by the restaurant.
There'll be a meeting at the school later.
What's more, they are cooperating with authorities in an investigation into what happened, and they say that they'll hold any employees found to be involved accountable. So I don't know if there were employees
Piercy wanted to drink the margarita out of her butthole
that were involved in that, but they are going to get to the bottom of it, so to speak. So... Listen, you want to do that in the privacy of your own home, that's fine.
Yes.
But when you start doing it in a Mexican restaurant,
it's a problem.
That's going a little over the line. When a snake wakes you up with a bite, there's only one logical way to react. Santosh Loar was asleep in his laborers camp in India when a snake crawled into his bed and bit him. So he grabbed the snake and bit it back, killing it.
Wow.
Loar was rushed to the hospital, given antivenom, and was released the following day, by the way. But why did he bite it back? Well, Laura told India Today that in my village, there's a belief that if a snake bites you, you must bite it back twice to neutralize the venom. I don't think that was the case, but he tried it anyway, and he's alive to tell the
Hey, he
tale.
made the news.
Yeah, he did, but he did. He bit it twice and then got some anti-venom, and that killed the venom.
There you go. Well, this is disturbing. While visiting South Africa, tourists from Spain learned the hard way you do not mess with nature because nature will usually find a way to win. Was while on a vehicle tour of Pilanesberg National Park, the unnamed man decided to get out of the vehicle. He was told to stay in so he could get a better view and pictures of a herd of elephants.
No.
Despite warnings from fellow passengers and guides, the man got closer, and an adult elephant cow was apparently unamused. The elephant charged, and then the man was trampled by the entire herd of elephants. And obviously, he didn't make it.
That's a vacation he'll never forget.
I watched the, I follow the Instagram account of Turons of Yellowstone.
Yeah.
And there are just constantly people just not understanding what they're getting into when you're dealing with wild animals.
I just watched a video yesterday of an elephant with an itchy belly. You know how he scratched his belly?
This was insane, Preston. It's
not a dad joke.
Super huge Johnson.
His penis?
Yes.
He literally uses his own penis to
scratch his belly. It's like, I knew an elephant dong was going to be big.
But they can move it like that.
Yeah.
I'm glad you told me this story. I thought I was the only one.
No, you're not. You and Eddie the elephant.
You and the elephant.
Something wrong with me. All right, in British Columbia, a Kelowna household, that's the name of a town, This is a cute story.
All right, okay.
Was the latest subject of a covert restoration project undertaken by an unknown organization. The group calls themselves the Gnome Restoration Society. And a resident and gnome owner, Kelly Blair, has no idea who or how many people may be involved in the secretive organization. In late June, Blair said he was sad to discover that his beloved, albeit weathered and worn gnomes were missing from his front lawn. Having already had a few items, including a canoe, go missing from his property over the last few weeks, he assumed the thieves had snatched his gnomes and accepted the fact that they were gone and he wouldn't see them again. And on July 3rd, he curiously heard a knock at his back door. There stood an elderly woman who presented a perplexed Blair with a blank envelope addressed to the homeowner. Inside the envelope was a cutout image of a gnome with the words, "The Gnome Restoration Society," inscribed on the back. The woman would not answer any questions and instructed him to follow her to the vehicle. He said, "The lady wouldn't tell me anything." The woman told him that she was simply delivering the gnomes and was unable to answer any questions about them and who was involved in the secret society. He said these folks want to remain anonymous. Then she opened the back of her car, and there they were, all of his gnomes in pristine condition. Every single gnome that had gone missing from his lawn, plus 2 extra, had been cleaned, painted, and were smiling up at him from boxes in the back of the mysterious woman's vehicle. He said, "It totally made my day." Blair said his gnomes have never looked better, noting that the attention to detail, creativity, and craftsmanship, the paint job on every single one of the 10 little men was perfect.
So this was their whole goal. They kidnap them, clean them up, and return them.
And they send them back. One gnome had been left behind, though, either intentionally or by mistake, and its weathered appearance served as a reminder of just how much work went into the restoration of the 10 other lawn ornaments. So
it's bizarre.
I thought that was
It's like
cool.
the Umbrella Academy.
Yep. All right, and then one last story, and we will wrap it up. And this is from a few days back. Sometimes I don't have time to fit in all the stories in a timely manner, but a participant at the Nathan's Lemonade Drinking Contest, which is an appetizer for the annual hot dog eating extravaganza on Coney Island, let her rip on Thursday, projectile vomiting on the stage.
Oh, God.
As 4-time winner Eric Badlands Booker consoled him on his way out. The gut-busting scene drew groans from the crowd before the unnamed contestant was escorted off the stage. The scene saw the contestant, who was sporting an orange mohawk, attempt to chug a gallon of lemonade alongside Booker, who has won the event every year since it began in 2021 and topped his record this year of a time of 21 seconds. His previous record, 23.08, was set last year.
I think your son could probably beat him, Press.
You think, Carter? Maybe.
Oh, really? Guzzle that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The event also saw a new Nathan's Famous Hot Dog Eating Contest winner, Chicago's Patrick Bertoletti, captured the mustard belt by barreling through 58 franks and buns in the competition self-described 10 minutes of glory. But this dude puked all over
That's
the place.
insane, though I'd love to see it.
Yep. All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. When we get back, hopefully everything's together and we will have the results of the Jersey Shore 64. We will reveal the winner. Before we take a break, a reminder that our day off at Dorney word, our very last one, is the word tomorrow. So go to the Preston and Steve Show social channels, click on the link, and enter the word tomorrow. You'll be in the running for the 4-pack of tickets, final one we have for the live broadcast tomorrow. Take a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Because they're thinner and they, as opposed to like denim or something like that, mesh shorts, you can, there's not as much, it's almost like wearing latex, I guess, or something, you know?
I guess the mesh shorts allows, you could feel breath through them.
Yeah.
You could feel, they're aerated a little bit.
Right.
So
Now,
it's the Swiss cheese of underwear.
But I still don't get why he had to have those on.
Well, so it's one of 2 reasons, and I'm not really sure, Kathy. I don't know if the mesh material left enough room for the Holy Spirit, or she just didn't. She was grossed out by what was underneath. Like didn't want contact.
Was this? Was it religious reasons?
I don't know.
Okay, all right.
It's one of 2 reasons. Either
plausible deniability, I think, is what the meshies provided them.
Okay.
Man, that's insane.
You know what?
Take off the damn shorts.
Honestly, that's what I'm thinking. You're really splitting hairs at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, we're doing everything to cause you pleasure except for flesh-on-flesh contact.
The concept of saving yourself from marriage, that's absolutely fine.
Is it?
Besmirch someone who's making that choice and thinks that's totally fine. This is so cheating.
Yeah.
This is so cheating.
Yeah.
Because you are right there.
You're right
and
there.
if you're taking it to Happy Town, if you're going all the way to the end of the line.
How do you get excited about that either? You know
Well,
what I mean?
he hadn't had it.
He hadn't had it.
But you're like, oh man, it's Friday night, but ooh, meshy. Go get your shorts on.
All right, I think I was missing the point.
Did you brush your teeth?
I think I was missing the point. It's happening through the shorts?
Yes.
Got
Through
it.
the shorts.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Steve, did you check under the bed?
Yes. Right. Where are my Oreos?
But wait a minute. So would he...
I can't. There's a siren.
Would he get the ultimate pleasure from that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He's doing a lot of laundry, I guess.
When your friend told you about this.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, friend is not code for me.
Yeah,
No, I didn't believe it was you.
All right.
No, but when your friend...
Meshies is code for you.
When your friend told you about this, was this years later?
Yeah.
Oh, this wasn't during...
the period.
Well, you knew they were a couple. While they were a couple.
No, because you got to figure this was 94 through 96 or something like that, and I just found out about it this year.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And does he laughably look back at it?
Oh, yeah.
Or- okay.
Yeah. I mean, it was because, now it's, he's married, kids, and he's done the full deal and all that sort of stuff. And
But to Nick's point, does he ever mention whether that's sort of a... Okay. Like a little bit of a turn on still?
No,
Right.
no. I mean, I just was so blown away because I just assumed that whole time. You know what I mean? They were an
people will choose not to, and that's okay.
But Case but he did share with you that was their nickname for it.
Yeah, Meshies.
They shared that name.
Meshies.
Got to get a Meshy tonight.
And I was pissed
That
because
dinner was great. Go get your shorts. Really?
Can I wear the yellow ones? They're the thinnest ones I
They're a
own.
little thin, but all right.
I have a friend, Preston, that does this.
This guy says he wears mesh shorts to strip clubs.
Now, my friend
that's
wears
creepy.
really thin sweatpants.
His blammin' pants.
Without underwear.
Yeah.
Yeah, deliberately.
That was a thing on the Family Guy.
Blammin' pants?
Blammin' pants.
Oh, God.
Say that again?
Blammin' pants.
Blammin'?
Yeah,
Like
he's
that's
going
the
to
noise you make?
Yeah, he was going to strip clubs. I'm going to put on my blammin'.
The first person in the world to receive 2 facial transplants says he's feeling well 3 months after his latest groundbreaking operation.
Yeah, but his friends are calling him two-faced.
You'd have to. Jerome Hammond had his first transplanted face removed last year after signs of rejection followed a treatment with an incompatible antibiotic during a cold.
Yeah, because it's just as with an organ donation, sometimes the body will reject it. So the first face didn't take.
Well, it was the antibiotics that caused it, though.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
The medication that's supposed to help it hurt it.
No. It was that wasn't the anti-rejection drugs. So he had a cold and he took antibiotics, and that caused
Oh my
the
God.
rejection to happen. His new face remains smooth and motionless, and his skull, skin, and features are yet to be fully aligned.
So it basically looks like Kris Jenner.
But he is positive about his recovery.
It is astonishing that someone who's undergone some sort of radically horrific accident or whatever has a shot at having a usable, outwardly normal-looking face.
And you said that he was in the hospital without a face for 2 months?
Yeah, and he couldn't talk at all.
But he could dance.
Man, oh man.
God.
You are the worst ever. God.
I try to see the glasses half full, Kathy.
You should. What an optimist, Steve Morrison.
We're half messed up.
Just watch his feet. Just watch his feet.
Just watch.
Yeah.
Don't look at him in the eye.
Focus on the feet.
Don't look up.
Oh, look at him.
Oh my God, he's great. Give him the mic.
Stop it.
Oh my God.
But now he's fine, so we
this
can't.
is okay.
It would actually be wrong to not joke.
It's not okay. I think that this is not okay.
It's probably not okay.
Please welcome Mr. Jason Reitman to
Yes.
our show this morning. Hi, Jason.
Pleasure to be here.
Nice to see you.
One of our great embarrassments on the show here is you came in with Diablo Cody years ago. And we hadn't done our due diligence, and we were just more fascinated with the fact that she had been a stripper at some point, and had a little.
Well, he's getting into a successful Hollywood career.
And here she is, this incredible script writer that that she's become, and you and she seem to really synergize really well. I mean, so when you get a script from her, you just automatically, I see this.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm imagine it's like when you guys met for the first time. You don't realize when you're on a first date of a relationship that's going to last the rest of your life.
Right.
And I met her for the first time, and we went to this bar in L.A., and she ordered a dirty martini, and I got a Diet Coke because I am the rock and roll of that relationship. And
Diet Coke.
And what has begun is this relationship where every 5 years we make a movie. It was Juno, and then Young Adult, and now Tully. And I'm looking forward to see the movies we make when we're in our 70s. Our hospice comedy is going to be amazing.
Because you are, as you have said in interviews, her tone and her take on things is changing, as is yours. And now you're a family man yourself, but her ability to write females that and people in general, but females that are flawed and relatable is uncanny.
Yeah, and look, I think there's kind of a through line between all three films. And this one, Tully, is about that moment when you become a parent and you realize you have to grow up because your younger self is starting to feel like it's a different human being.
Yeah.
In fairness, when you guys came in that time and we talked about her being a stripper.
You guys feel really guilty about this.
We kid you not. We reference this. It actually redirected the trajectory of the show because we said, we got to check up on these people.
Here's why. Because Juno was such a great piece of work. And I think afterwards we're like, holy crap, we missed the boat on talking to her about her writing ability because Juno turned out to be so good. So it did serve as a lesson in
how odd that a woman came on a show and she was objectified for her beauty and her history and never talked about her talent. What an odd moment.
We've gotten better though.
So we hadn't seen her talent. Yes.
And I suppose Jason, that you probably dealt with this a lot of your life as well, because you come from Hollywood royalty, and people.
Because of my stripping background.
You were a
stripper.
Yeah, and
you did that skating act.
You did burlesque for like 5 or 6 years. No, because you have a reputation because you're a family, and you've had to prove in yourself. On your own merits, and has that been difficult for you?
My obituary will either begin, director of Juno died today, or son of director of Ghostbusters died today.
And about, you okay? All right, 35 minutes or so? You good? Yeah. I just want to make sure I don't have to do the Heimlich on you. Wow, that sucks. Did you swallow spit down the wrong...
No, I mean, I'm eating oatmeal, and I took a bite like friggin' 2 minutes ago, and I guess there was like a piece of oatmeal stuck in my teeth somewhere.
Do you want me to do the Graftenberg on you?
Can you give me a tracheotomy, please?
Yep. I'll give you
trach first.
Wait a minute.
The G spot, yeah.
That's the G and G spot.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't know that. I learned stuff.
It is Dr. Grafenberg.
Really?
Yes, I kid
That's
you
what
not.
the G spot is.
It's named after a doctor.
Yeah, absolutely. You kidding me? Most definitely. All right, anyhow.
Lord Cunnilingus is another.
Oh, Jesus. Lord?
Cunnilingus, yes, in the...
Lord Cunnilingus.
Yes. Oh, I thought it was Colonel Lingus.
No, it's not. It's not a military title.
It's Colonel Angus.
Colonel Angus.
That SNL bit, if you've never seen it, we should put that up next to it.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah, okay. So, it's a G spot, also called the Grafenberg spot. And let me see. It doesn't. Ernst Grafenberg.
Yeah.
What's his name? Ernst.
I guess him and his stupid spots. You'll see. You'll see.
One day.
I'll change the world of sex forever. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You funny boy.
All right, anyhow. We
with
have,
your stupid spots.
What I was saying was you have $1,000 to give away, and that is with the birthday bucks, and that's coming up around 8 o'clock. You good?
I'm good.
All right, high five, brother. Right
8-5.
Nice. Did you say 8-5?
What are you, an octopus?
I thought
said, "Hey five."
Oh, I thought that was a line from a movie or something.
No.
Hey five, everybody.
Hey five.
The oatmeal has caused oxygen deprivation to the brain.
Good Lord.
Wow, what it actually, I did that for a reason. It's National High Five Day.
Oh, no, it's National A5 Day.
No, hey five.
Oh, hey five.
Yeah, hey
By
five.
the way, so my
A shout out because the way this is written, this is from Stephanie Gale. She wrote, "Sorry to be a pain gentleman, but I am respectfully begging for you to please mention a happy 30th birthday to Nick Ortiz. I would be forever grateful." So she wants a shout out. She says, mainly because he likes you guys a lot. And I could just visualize the smile on his face to hear that. If you can't, I still thank you for entertaining for all these years on his morning commute. Thank you, guys. So here's a shout out to you. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday
to you, Nick. Hope you're having yourself a great day. Speaking of Nicks, our Nick McElwain not here today, but just a heads
Under the
up.
weather?
So he's feeling under the weather. Hopefully he'll be available for the live broadcast at Dorney tomorrow. We'll find out. We will have a little bit later on this morning our buddy Jim Jackson on the program, Flyers play-by-play, of course, and comedian Steve Byrne. But right now, ladies and gents, it's been several weeks, but we finally have the winner of the Jersey Shore 64, the first ever done here at MMR. I love this. There's going to be a live broadcast. Casey's doing the twist.
We're all
Kathy's
doing it.
Everybody's moving around this guy. Yeah. All right, now
I'm very excited by this.
Marissa's the only one that's seen the results. None of us has seen it. She brought in an envelope that I have right here, or a folder that's got the information. So I'm going to open this up and I'm going to reveal who our winner of Jersey Shore 64 is. The two at the final matchup are Cape May Zoo and Maurice Piers. Who is it going to be? I now have the results. Ladies and gentlemen, a congratulations to, and a live broadcast will happen at the Cape May Zoo.
Whoa!
Yes.
Whoa! The way to
Cape May Zoo.
Wow.
Took it all.
With you.
And Pierre Robert will be broadcasting live from there on Friday, July 19th, so a week from this Friday.
That is amazing.
What a great spot, though.
It is.
Like,
I mean,
that's-
both were terrific, but the zoo's a great place,
Well,
right?
and you know what's funny about the zoo is like it's, you know, that's what you do think of Cape May Zoo when you think of the shore, but it's like one of those things you do to, you know, if you've been there for a while, you don't want to go to the beach again, or it's maybe not a great, you know, day outside. You don't want to sit on the beach. It's like that's the number one thing you do.
Yeah, absolutely. It was. It's located on Route 9 in Cape May Courthouse, opened in 1978. Home to more than 550 animals, 250 different species, and it is open year-round, by the way. Every day except Christmas Day, it is open.
Also voted one of the, top 30 free places, attractions to go during the summer.
Admission is always free, and it is supported by donations. And yeah, Steve, we had that list of some of the top destinations, free things to do, activities to do in the country.
And
it ranked way up there. It's a great zoo. There's a lot of stuff to do there. So we are thrilled that Pierre is going to be broadcasting live from there. How about that?
I have a vague memory of maybe years ago going or seeing it or passing by it. Whatever it is, it's vague and faint. I should get out there and check it out. You guys say they also have the
they have the
frisbee
ropes
golf.
course.
Yeah, they have disc golf, and we'll get with Pierre broadcasting live from there, Casey. We'll get the scoop on all the improvements that they're doing there. They're expanding it. Steve, they've been doing this big construction project.
Yeah.
They've either it's a gigantic parking lot.
Yeah.
Part of it is going to be a gigantic parking lot that they've been working on for a while. And I assume more exhibits, more animals, and all of that.
Whales?
Yeah.
No whales.
Listen, I was just there on Saturday. I rode my bike up there, and I was, right around the parking lot. So there's still, some construction in the main parking lot right on South Dennisville Road. But Steve, there is so much to do outside of the park, and then you go into the park.
Really?
Yeah.
So it's like a promenade or something?
Like they have gazebos and playgrounds and swing sets and all sorts of stuff that's on the periphery that all surround the park, and this is all free as well.
It's amazing.
And then they have the ropes course, the tree to tree ropes course, and they have different levels. So if you're you don't want to go up high or do the zip lines and stuff like that, you don't have to do that. And then all of that is outside the park, and then you go in, and dude, they have like lions and tigers. I saw you. I told
bears?
you. I saw saw a lion kill a bird. This poor bird flew into the lion enclosure. I'm like, bro, that's the one place you don't want to go.
Yeah, bad call.
Could you imagine that Pierre is broadcasting live and something like that
I love
happens?
to see, oh, dear God.
He's going to have a heart attack on the air.
A bear just killed an antelope.
But when you go into the Serengeti area where the zebras and the giraffe are, this cool boardwalk that walks all the way over to there. It's I can't say enough great things about this
6
place.
gerbils, 2 cats, a hamster, and a rabbit.
I will have to get down there for this broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
Since he'll be there
It's on the way
on a Friday. Yeah, on
That's
the way
very
to Cape
cool.
May.
Yeah.
On the way to Cape May.
On
the way to Cape
It's not Cape May though. It's Cape May Courthouse.
It is, yeah. It's not all the way down to the tip of Jersey, which actually, for those who are, who don't live in the Cape May area, makes it a little bit more convenient for you as
Some
well.
people love just the tip.
So let me share the journey of Cape May Zoo, and I'm a little bummed that Maurice did. Listen,
Me too.
we were pulling for both of them. I was at Maurice Piers over the weekend.
They're both excellent.
Yeah, and but it was a tough fight. But listen to what the Cape May Zoo did throughout this voting process. They first beat Waverly Surf Beach. And then they beat the OD.
Wow.
Cape May Zoo then beat the Point and then Keenan's. And then beat out Cape May Lighthouse. And now has taken over Maurice Piers and is the Jersey Shore 64 winner.
I listen. Just to be honest, I was definitely pulling for Maurice. I thought, but this was one of those championship rounds where I was like, you know what? You can't go wrong.
Yeah.
Where Pierre's going to broadcast, it's going to be great
It's
at
going to be
either
terrific,
location.
yeah. And if you're going to lose, be second. Either one of them would have been absolutely happy to be the second.
Yep. So congratulations, Cape May Zoo.
Yeah, man. Animals.
Yeah. So it's good stuff. And somebody's going to win $500. So
I'm sure find out. Yeah,
they will make that choice over the next couple of days and randomly pull somebody. If you voted, you're in the running for $500.
Excellent
deal. Since we're talking about the shore, thank you,
If everybody had a nose.
Casey. Right on that. There was an article that Victor Fiorello, our buddy at Philadelphia Magazine, had put out about the worst people at the Jersey Shore ranked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is at the beach.
Actually, on the beach,
On the
not
beach.
just in a shore town.
So I think everyone, even people who don't go that often, have a set group in mind who they don't like to encounter at the beach.
Yep. And I know he's done this type of thing before, but if you did not catch some of the types of shore people, he has ranked them.
Can I give you the people I hate real quick?
Kathy's list.
Do you have 20 minutes?
All right. Are you going to go in order or
no,
just?
No, I'm just.
Okay.
This is number one overall.
Why don't you just say everyone but your family?
Everyone but me. I actually want my
Even
family.
your family?
No,
Yeah.
especially my family.
Especially them. They're so annoying. No, smokers, any type of smoking on the beach, cigar, cigarettes, vape, I don't care what it is. It's disgusting and I hate you.
Okay.
Let me ask you, is smoking on,
Sorry,
for example, the beach?
It's not allowed.
It's not allowed,
You have
right?
to go to the back or something like that.
Just go home.
I thought it wasn't allowed at all.
Yeah, I don't even know anymore because before there was almost like a designated smoking area towards the Wildwood beaches are so big that you can kind of go off somewhere.
Have an area?
And have
Yeah.
an area. Yeah, I understand. The thing is, Kath, I actually love the smell of burning smoke, whether it be a cigarette or a pipe or a cigar. I actually like that smell.
I
All
hear
right, New
you,
Jersey
though.
law says it prohibits smoking on all public beaches.
Okay.
There you go.
All right.
So
Not allowed.
they're breaking the law, and Kathy doesn't like it.
Yeah, that's number 4 on.
I mean, I also break the law by having a cocktail on the beach, but whatever.
But that
But you're
doesn't
not
smell
smoking
bad.
it.
Yeah.
You're just getting bombed.
That's number 4 on the list here, and it says he writes a good rule of thumb at the shore is that if I have to smell it, you shouldn't be doing it.
I have a vote here from our friend anchor over at CBS News.
Yes.
He says the worst loud radio beach speaker.
Yes, so that is number 11 on the list, the beach DJ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Don't mind that because I often forget my speakers. So I'm like, somebody turned up. I'm okay with it.
I have found, so I bring a pretty good, powerful Bluetooth speaker down to the beach with us, and I will crank it up to a level that sounds good around us, and then I'll do a little walk around our area and just see how far out it goes. And I'm surprised how loud you can actually turn it up.
Yeah.
And it's gone within about 10 yards from where you are.
The environment absorbs the sound.
Yeah.
And there's just a deadening aspect to it. There's also, usually, believe it or not, a constant wind or breeze that can help deflect. So, yes, there is
and the
sort
ocean
of
sounds.
the ocean sounds. So it's sort of a blast pattern.
Right.
But you've been on the beach where someone has what the F are you doing?
Especially the low bass stuff. It cuts through.
So, Kath, I'm with you on, I don't necessarily mind it if your music selection is okay. Now, what you were just saying, there was a family that was sitting right next to us, and they were playing their music, and it was not music that was conducive for everybody else on the beach. It was straight up rap music.
Was it? Okay.
With all the words and all of the curse words.
Well, not only that, but it also depends on what your vibe is. Like, I don't want to hear whoop, beep, whoop, beep, whoop, beep, whoop, beep on the beach. I'm sorry. I'm an older guy.
Yeah.
I'm not into that.
No.
I don't want to hear that.
No, you want
jamming. No, I like, some Bob Marley or something that's,
Shania.
A little more chill.
Yeah.
Do you know the trick about putting the speaker in the bucket?
No.
So you put it in just a little beach bucket. Now, I thought it was
I've always put the lotion in the basket.
Right, and then dropped it down to whoever was in your basement. I know that trick too. I always thought it was to kind of contain the sound to your area, but I just looked it up and it says it gives a more bass and a fuller sound. So I don't know that it's necessarily doing
you're
that.
basically providing a quasi subwoofer.
Yeah,
to
right,
it.
exactly.
Kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
No, I haven't tried that. One of the things that I actually do that is a bit of a pastime has become for me at the beach is watching other people struggle with things like umbrellas and carts and so on, and or they've never put up their tent before. And
you're going to learn how to do this now.
Yeah, let's hey everybody, watch.
I've actually done that.
Do you ever video?
No, no. I haven't done that.
It would be an invasion,
It's
but
fun though.
But Press, I did that a few years ago. I was on the beach, and it was later on in the afternoon, and the gentleman and his wife and the child, like a young baby, were coming down, and this dude was trying to set up a tent. Like, I don't think he's ever set up a tent in his entire life. And I was like, all right, I'm going to go. And I did. I went over and I helped the guy out. Yeah, I don't mind that at all.
There are ones now, Case, that are so easy that deploy.
Yeah.
Like you just let them go and they open up and then you secure them. You don't see a lot of those on the beach?
No. Well, and then now they have like the cool cabanas and all that stuff. Hey, Press, my vote for the most annoying people at the beach is the people that plop themselves right down next to you when there is so much available space around.
I agree. It's number 6 on Victor's list. He calls them encroachers.
I just somebody just did. Listen, I'm at the beach every weekend, but somebody just did it this other day. I'm sitting there and I'm watching them come down. It was like 4 or 5 of them. They had a whole bunch of stuff, and they were walking to this area that was wide open. And then the wife goes, and I just see her say something to the husband, and he just stops in his tracks where they should have parked their stuff.
Yeah.
And then they turned and they walked 15 yards and then parked themselves right in between all these people. I was like, you had all this open space and now you just wedged yourself in.
There is a lemming thing that kicks in and it'll happen in movie theaters if you go in and you're sitting, by yourself and someone will come sit next to you. Yeah. I never got that. So what would you say? What is the in a non-ridiculously crowded beach situation, what is a respectable distance to be from the people on the blanket near you?
Let's see. I'd say 8 to 10 yards.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking 5 to 10 yards. 8 to 10 sounds about right.
Yeah.
So about 25 feet?
And listen, some beaches just aren't big enough, right? Wildwood does not have that issue. I don't know what Ocean City's beach looks like these days, but that.
So, as I've learned from golf, Steve, a yard is about a good stride.
Right,
it's about
right,
one
right.
stride. So, if you can take a good 5 steps, 5 or 6 steps in between, that's enough space. I think.
Space, okay.
Yeah. Or maybe 8 or 10.
Yeah.
Somewhere like that.
Or maybe
50
10 yards. Or maybe one football length.
But also, the thing that bothers me is if you do happen to have an unobstructed view of the water, and then somebody comes and plops right in front of you. And I understand listen, you can put your stuff anywhere you want. But if you have choices other than putting right in front of someone, then pick that.
Do you hug the water line when you put your stuff up?
No, I'm like Casey. We're a little more towards the back.
We're back beachers, you know.
You're backies?
Yeah, we're backies because
we're not in and out of the water all the time, personally. So, you know.
I don't know last time I touched the ocean.
And plus, you also, if you're going to do that, we have set up close and then realize it wasn't high tide yet.
Right.
And sure enough, you're like, it's getting a little bit closer, isn't it?
Right.
And then you've got about 20 more minutes. Oh, we're going to have to move this.
Where's Rochelle?
Yeah, we got to do this now before all your stuff floats away.
Yeah.
There is one thing that I have been guilty of, and it's just one of those things where you don't realize it until you're actually in the motion of doing it. You're like, oh, crap. But when you shake the sand off of your towels and stuff, you got to make sure that you're not around people when you do that.
Wait, you don't?
No, I usually do.
Oh.
But there has been.
You've got to know where the wind's going.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
When
Be
you
aware
are
of the wind.
standing up and pleasuring yourself, do you do it into the wind or with the wind?
With the wind.
With the wind.
Yeah.
The sunscreen, too. Like spray sunscreen, you have to know where the wind's going.
Yep, exactly, Kath, and be aware of that. All right, here's one I can't stand. I hate this. So at the beach, you can't, throw a ball, play your games in the water. It has to be up away from the water line. And I think there's an unwritten rule that in the last area where all of the beach hangers are, and then it's, heading away from the water.
Right.
You need to move a good distance away from everybody if you're throwing a frisbee, if you're throwing a ball. And there are some people that like to play their little game.
Right in the middle of everything.
Right in the middle of everything.
I agree 100%.
I can't stand that.
Take your game either all the way back in the beach where there's available area or take it away from the general population, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't want to clog someone.
Well, and also you're running around, you're kicking up sand, if you're playing frisbee or whatever it may be.
What if you are at the beach with your best gal and some bully comes and kicks sand in your face?
Well, you need to take the Charles Atlas course and kick his ass.
Teach him a lesson.
So that's one that I can't stand. All right, here's another one, and I'll start getting into the list that Victor has here. Seagull feeders.
Oh, no.
People actually cultivate feeding seagulls. You guys see that a lot?
It's usually kids.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's cute at first, 2 or 3 seagulls, but when 50 of them come around, then you've got a problem, and people are freaking out. And
Is that where it would help to rent a lion from the Cape May Zoo?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Take it to the beach.
Yeah, but by the way, how aggressive have the seagulls been so far in this season?
Well, they're always aggressive. I mean, but you've just got to be smart about your food and be under an umbrella if you're eating or not leave it sitting out for even a moment.
When we were at your crab boil, you had seagulls that were coming down and stealing food, right?
In our yard.
In your yard. Like,
Yeah.
this is not the BJ
Where my
hole.
children play with their toys.
Where my children play with their toys.
So... Yeah,
Where my children come and play with their toys.
We had literally there was like 15 of us standing around there, and
In my home, in my bedroom where my wife sleeps, where my children come and play with their toys.
and we had left a casserole dish out with some of the seafood in it, and all of a sudden 3 birds come down there, got about ready to start a frenzy, and Chuck was making fun of me because he was going, get out of here. Yeah. But I scared them away. They got a piece of sausage.
Yeah, they'll take it right out of your hands, too. And it finally happened to me. I remember watching it happen to my father. I saw a seagull come down and take a hot dog right out of his hand. At that time, I was a young kid. Thought it was funny as hell.
Where my children come and play with their toys.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Carl. He wants to comment on something. Hey, Carl, good morning.
Coral.
What's up, man?
That's too much. So there are designated fishing spots at the shore, at the beach, and they have posts up. They have the lifeguard stand for that's where people swim.
Yep.
Inevitably, I like to fish. I go down to the designated fishing spot, and people drift into that, and they're going to drift into the line. And the last thing I want to do. Look at person.
Yeah. So Carl, you're saying people will start to gravitate into the designated fishing area, and that makes it difficult. Yes. Yeah, I'd freak out too.
I would
can't
just
reel my
stay
line
away.
in because I'm going to hook them.
Yeah.
How liberal an area do they give the fisher people?
So it's every other block, basically. So
All
they
right.
give you a block to swim in and a block that's fishing and surfing.
Yeah, man. I used to. There would be times where you go surf casting. Long Island. There's on the sound side, and you could do that, but they were very clear. You had to be well removed from bathing areas.
Here's one that kind of drives me nuts too, and this happened this past week, and I'm just sitting there minding my business. I was doing a little crossword puzzle. Just listening to my Bob Marley. And a kid of about 3 just walks up right next to me into our area. And I'm like, oh, hey there, little fella.
Hey, buddy.
I didn't really say anything. And I'm like, the kid is young enough to where maybe he wasn't even 3. I'm like, this kid can't be wandering around on his own, around on the beach. And I'm like, parents got to be around here somewhere. And I look around, and Dad is just kind of walking by with his kind of hands behind his back. And and he's just letting little Bobby wander around wherever he wants to. And I understand you want your child to wander a little bit. But you may come over and go, oh, hey, come on. No.
You also have to teach him to be respectful of other people's space.
Dude didn't do anything.
Right.
Nothing. Looked at him, and he just kind of smiled like,
all right, Dad, I'm going to make your boy. Make your boy a man today.
Well, I disagree. Your kids can come over to me. I'll hang out with them.
Really?
We'll build sandcastles. Yeah, you can send them over.
Yeah, but then listen.
You kids know how to make margaritas?
They need to at least at some point impart to you, the stranger, that you're on top of this.
I get that. I'm just saying, I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't mind it. They can come over.
You love kids.
Yeah.
I get it.
It would be like at a restaurant if a kid came over and sat at your table. It's like, no,
and
can't do that.
For anybody who has young kids and you lose them on the beach, because this happens all the time.
You can always have more.
Well, yes, you can always have more. Or what I learned is that you walk on the beach in the direction that the wind is blowing. Because if a child is walking and wandering, they don't like walking into the wind with the wind blowing in their face.
That is a great idea, Kate.
So a majority of the time,
is that just a supposition on your part? Have you heard that in general?
No, that's what I heard.
Okay.
I don't necessarily know how accurate or true that is, but it does make perfect sense to me.
Okay.
It would, yeah. I could see that.
All right. So let's see who else are the most annoying people at the Jersey Shore. This is from Victor Fiorello, Philly Mag. He writes, number 8 and 7 on this list are kite and drone enthusiasts.
You guys see a lot of that down at the beach?
Not a lot. I haven't seen a drone on our beach just once, and they were kind of they were buzzing a group of people, which we thought was kind of funny.
Are they legal?
Because we didn't like those people. But I don't know, Steve. Yeah. Kites are, and some people, I do get annoyed if they're flying it too close to the main group.
Because sometimes you're forced to walk across. As you're looking up, you're walking across blankets.
Yeah, or the line, can dip down and run into people, because we have one of those two-handled stunt kites. And
those are very cool.
Yeah, we go way to the back. They can actually be dangerous.
Can you send the kite up, fix the handles so that it stays up?
Yep.
And then when that annoying kid comes by, say, here, hold these.
Yeah. Look, you're kite surfing. So yeah, I see that with the kites from time to time, but not that.
I love
often.
kite flying.
It is fun.
I do. There's something really just relaxing about it.
Yeah. He also writes that the tent people are annoying. Now I'm not sure what he means by tent. So if it's just like our promotional tent where it's just the top.
Yeah.
It's just it's got 4 stands and then like a cabana.
Yeah.
But without sides.
Right.
The tents with the sides, they're kind of impeding your view.
Are they even allowed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't usually see that. But maybe like bigger tents.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, the beaches in Wildwood are so big that they don't bother me that much.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like the big, cool cabanas, the giant.
Is that why people love those Wildwood days?
I think there is some merit
those Wildwood days.
So you're saying the tents can get rather elaborate?
Sure.
Yeah.
But if you already have limited space on the beach, then it's can be
All right.
I have a story about the Wildwood Days song.
Okay, you want me to play it?
No, not yet. I'll cue you, okay, on this, because if you're on the Wildwood Boardwalk, every now and then, song it plays on the speakers.
Oh,
and
okay.
Then an announcement will come up, and we'll say, "Don't forget that the Boardwalk is open till blah blah blah" and stuff like that. And then so I was walking with my friends. It was on a Saturday, and I turned to my buddy Will and I go, "Man, I cannot wait to have my first drink tonight." And right when I said it, that started. We were both like, "Oh,
yeah,
it's a sign.
It's
meant to be."
Hit the post.
All right. Also on this list. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I feel like being at the beach today. Shut up. Let's see. The other ones are, we had mentioned smokers, towel shakers, and he ranks pretty high, the flag people.
Oh, I'm a flag guy, so nope.
Yeah, we have we got those family crests.
Yeah.
From that company.
So it's your family
flags.
crest?
Yeah.
As a flag?
Yeah.
Does that go in your cart? Like you bring it every time and put it up?
Yeah.
It's so you can identify. I mean, honestly,
it provides a visual locator for people who wander away, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's what we use it for.
Yeah.
So if we head down and our kids are staying back at the house, we're like, just look for the flag. You'll find us. You know where we are. Now, what I don't really like are big political statements.
No. Yeah.
And things like that.
It's just not a place for that.
You really don't need that.
No, I think the one thing you can put up is your pro or anti-abortion flag.
that is it, because you're on the beach to relax, and to make your stance public, on how you feel about choice.
Yeah.
I would say this is that. Listen, I think the family thing, but it's not your front lawn. You know,
right. I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Although people do treat it like that sometimes.
Yeah.
I've seen people, Casey, I don't know if you've noticed this or not, but there are people that will put out little, almost like boundary markers.
Yeah, we have those.
You do?
Well, but they're really we haven't used them.
Are they armed sentry machine guns?
No, so that we got them. Listen, the very very beginning of the pandemic, because we thought the whole world was dying, right? So we were like, okay, let's just get these so we can at least create boundaries or whatever.
Okay,
but they
Step
also
away from the boundary.
They also act as a windshield as well.
Yeah.
So people might be using those to combat the wind.
No, the ones I've seen, Casey, people have taken like as simple as like. I'll just use an example like flower pots or something like that, and put them out like a pretty good distance away from where their chairs are and stuff. And I'm kind of like, is that really your spot?
Unless you're
put a flower
actively
pot out there
on that spot, I think your blanket and then a little bit of walking distance around. Again, I don't go to the beach all that often, hardly ever, but I know from years of going, you can't just. To me, that's the equivalent of putting your towel on a lounge hours before you go down to the pool.
Somebody said, you need velvet ropes. with that. And a bouncer. A bouncer up front.
With the clicker.
Yeah. Glasses.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd love that.
I will say, though, as a bike rider,
a rider of bikes.
A rider of bikes. That I love riding down the shore because I feel like the drivers down there are a lot more.
The actual car drivers.
The car drivers down there are a lot more patient with us.
Well, they're also beholding to almost a uniformly slower speed limit, right?
Yeah. I mean, all the beach towns are usually 20 to 25 miles per hour anyway.
Yeah.
But when you're out on the other, the roads that connect the beach towns together that are a little bit faster, I've noticed that there's less animosity towards cyclists. Now, listen, cyclists sometimes bring it on themselves, but I try not to be that guy.
With the slower speed limits, with the and they have signs, Steve, that say like strictly enforced,
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they mean it, because you've got a lot of people, a lot of pedestrians,
foot traffic.
People can get hurt easily. Mm-hmm. I have noticed way less aggressiveness in car to car. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
It's so much better. It's just like dial it down, put it in a different gear, mentally, and just chill while you're there.
Down there, you would have the brisk and the furious.
Yeah.
The brisk and the furious.
But also, like when you're driving on a road and somebody's about to cross the street, like You usually stop, even if you don't have a stop sign. You stop and you let them walk across the street.
Yeah, I know some people are going to be more relaxed. Yeah, I do like that. I do enjoy driving around when we were there for the Keenan's broadcast. Getting down and just driving around town, and I made a couple stops, and it's very nice. But you can see easily anyone who goes in excess of the suggested speed limit is going to hit somebody because there's so much foot traffic.
Mm-hmm.
It's cruising speed.
Yeah,
is what it is.
yeah.
Just nice and easy. Hang on, Bree has been on hold for a long time. Let me go to her. Hi, Bree, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Bree. What's up?
Hey, so this is a little more unique to Delaware, but we have beaches that we can actually drive our cars onto.
Mm-hmm.
So what annoys my wife and I the most are people who drive their little minivans and like Mazdas and actually get stuck.
They get stuck on the beach. Yeah.
Like a non-four-wheel drive vehicle, you have to have certain equipment, and then they're clogging up the entrance or the exit. All the rangers have to come out and dig them out.
I was going to say, and then you end up helping, right? You end up pushing.
We have in the past, but like Preston said earlier, we kind of like to sit back and just watch the show now.
Yeah, check it out.
I wonder because I saw footage. I might have been Rehoboth of a cyber truck out on the beach, and it got stuck.
Yeah.
Dude, by the way,
People who fall asleep and they park their cars a little too close to the surf, and then the high tide comes in, they wake up and their truck's underwater. That's happened too. So.
I love it.
It's kind of fun, though.
Thanks, Bree.
Steve, I saw a Cybertruck. I was getting off of the exit off of the Garden State Parkway, getting into Sea Isle City the other day, and a Cybertruck completely just cut off, I don't know, about a mile's worth of traffic to cut on the exit. And I was like,
What color was it?
I wonder if that was Jason Kelsey.
What color was it?
It was gray.
Well, most of them are gray.
Yeah,
because Steve, there's one down the shore, and it's a YouTuber. He lives in Bluebell, and it is this fluorescent greenish yellow color.
Yeah,
and he's got his brand logo on the hood of the car. So if you see him, you know it's him.
Right.
All right, here's a pet peeve of mine is our boats that make the drawbridge go up and I see it all the time on my bike. It's just an antenna. And I'm like, you can lower an antenna. You know what I mean? Like, I understand if you have a giant mast or whatever, but like when you hold up traffic in other directions for an antenna.
I don't think that they say like, I can pull my antenna down. Like, I think it's code or guidelines that they have to call in.
Okay. I don't like those codes.
I understand. They should come up with something where they can retract that end.
I mean, you're making an entire bridge go up and down
for an antenna,
for a piece of tiny
like a CB antenna.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
That's what it was the other day. I just 2 antennas going by. I was like, you got to be kidding me.
I'm going to kill you.
By the way, on the going back to Bree's call about cars on the beach, it was in the off season, and Michelle and I were in Wildwood Crest, and we saw smoke off in the distance. We're like, what the hell is that? That's coming from the beach. We're like, and it was a lot of smoke. And we got up on the pier, Casey. We were walking out that way.
Oh, the fishing pier?
Yeah, and the fishing pier that doesn't go to the water.
That just goes to the beach.
Back when the beach was smaller, it used to go to the water.
Yeah.
You got 100 yards now of just beach between it and the water. But anyway, we saw the smoke, and we got up on the pier, and we could see it was a car that was fully on fire on the beach.
On the beach.
And so we walked down there, and you could see what the problem was. Somebody got stuck, and they just sat there and gunned their engine trying to get it out, and they blew it up.
You sure it wasn't just a car bake?
Maybe it was a car bake.
Yeah. So
I don't know if they do that in the off season or not, though.
Down there,
hey, we're going to have a car bake.
Down there, you're allowed to get a permit to drive on the beach in the off season. I think it's like October to March or whatever.
Yeah.
But in order to get the permit, when you show up, you need to actually have all of these items in your car.
Right.
These items like rope and shovels and stuff like that, just in case you were to get stuck.
A keytar.
But they also recommend that you take air out of your tires.
Yes.
In order to be able to drive on the beach.
Oh.
Have you ever driven?
I have. I drove in North Carolina. My friend got married in Corova, I think was the town. And it was just a 4x4. Like, you're driving.
Daytona? Have you ever done down in Florida?
No, but you're driving.
Yeah. It's
and
very
then
cool.
The street just ends. And in order to get to all these houses, you have to drive. The only way to get there is to drive on the beach.
Isn't it cool down to drive? I mean, I don't know if they still allow it.
Daytona. They do. I was there a few years ago. And yeah, they have the traffic down, though.
Yeah.
And I would imagine the Delaware beaches do too, but there is a drive-on beach in Brigantine as well. And they all have that.
Brigantine.
Where you can, you let the air out of your tires and then you can come back. So they'll have air, where you can put it back in.
Well, remember, there's that towing company that puts out a calendar every year
Yes,
of all
that's
the
right.
cars, especially the luxury cars,
luxury vehicles
that get stuck in the beach.
That's great.
Let me go to another call. We got to take a break here shortly. I'm going to go to Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Hey, wait, one more time, Case.
Jimmy.
Hey, Jimmy.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Gardner.
Yes, of course.
What's up, bud?
Hey, so
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Gardner.
Sorry. You get a limited amount of time, so when you only have a few hours, if you got the kids on the boardwalk,
right,
not super agile at controlling their bike, then you have these boomer phone walkers just casually staring at their phone, walking in the bike lane, and it's just an endless amount of them. It's just like people are just completely clueless or just.
Are you Ocean City?
Yeah.
Okay, I could definitely tell. Because that's way more of a boardwalk riding your bike town than Wildwood is. I avoid the boardwalk on my bike at all.
So you're saying everyone's head down into their phones and they're not they're becoming obstructions.
Yeah. And everyone has designated lanes, and you only have so many hours.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I have a segue or a dovetail to the baby lost baby.
Yes.
So all day we were on the beach. This was last year. And there's like this 4-year-old kid who's set up, next tent over, and he constantly keeps coming over like every half hour and just rooting through stuff and the parents don't do anything about it. So my wife's got like a spray bottle of water there, and she's like looking at me. She's like, "Don't you dare!" Oh. And then the third or fourth time the kid came over, I just sprayed him right in the face.
Oh my God, dude!
And sent him back.
Yeah, it's what you would do to a cat. A cat that was up on the table. Yeah, absolutely, man.
Who the hell do you think you're talking to?
You could take a flamethrower to that guy if you needed to. Yeah. Wow.
Later on,
I'd take a flamethrower to this place.
I found out later that my wife was squeezing lemon juice in its tooth.
So you're blinding the kid.
Oh, no.
Wow. Actually, that's
I'm just getting warmed up.
Damn, Jimmy.
A squirt bottle's full of lemon juice.
Wow.
Have a great weekend.
All right, you too. Thanks, Jimmy.
Jimmy.
All right.
It's gone.
Case, the bike riding on the boardwalk is usually only until like noon, I think, 11 or
Yeah. Once it gets way too crowded with pedestrian traffic.
I rode up in the morning up on the boardwalk on a bike this past weekend, and I have a little bell on my bike, and I use that to say, "Hey, bike coming up behind you," and nobody listens. Ding, ding.
It's such a nice pleasant. You're not honking your horn at somebody.
I don't say anything. I just ding, ding. If they don't react, I'm like ding, 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 ding.
Just get one of the Surreys like I
did. There you go. We did that.
5 girls with mimosas, and you have a bell and screaming girls, and take it out of your way.
Tram car, please.
Yeah.
They actually have.
The tram car, please.
Zippy's has little
for your
speakers
bike?
on your bike. Yeah, and you.
Watch the tram car, please.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Although people don't get out of the way for that sometimes.
No, well, they have another horn that goes, "Move, bitch! Get out the way! Get out the
way!" All right. Well, anyhow, enjoy your time at the beach. And just a reminder, we got started on this conversation because we revealed the winner of the Jersey Shore 64. And for the inaugural run in this competition, Cape May Zoo is our champion.
Congratulations.
Came down to Cape May Zoo, and Maurice Piers and Cape May Zoo was the victor, and that means that Pierre Robert will be broadcasting live on Friday the 19th, doing his show from there. And listen, Pierre is such an animal fan. He is such a huge lover of animals. This is perfect for him. This is absolutely perfect for him. So I'll bet you, hopefully we work out a deal with these guys where maybe they have to have some of the handlers bring over some of the animals. It's perfect for Pierre. So this is going to be wonderful. So make plans to join him if you can. All right, so Friday the 19th is when he will be there. All right, let's take a break. Come back in a moment. Our friend Jim Jackson, who you know from the Flyers organization, will be joining us. Also, great comedian Steve Byrne, who's going to be at Helium Comedy Club tonight, will be on the program too. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
If you see a Mustang, you get the high five. It's it's like it's the nice version.
If you
of
see
punch
a wild
buggy.
horse.
No.
Oh, it's a nice version of punch buggy. Okay, all right.
Mustang,
high five. Are you a high fiving kind of guy?
Hold on a minute here. Punch buggy it's one person noticing it before the other.
Yes.
But if you do a high five, that's a collaborative.
Yeah, so it's like a nice thing to do. By the way, we do punch buggy.
Wait a second.
Nobody wins in that.
Let this Mustang thing breathe a little bit.
Yeah.
Yes, you're exactly right, Preston. That is not the same family.
No.
What
do you do? Hey, Mustang. And you put your hand
Mustang, high five.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know.
We do Skittle. Do you guys ever heard of Skittle?
Only through you.
Okay.
What is it again?
Yellow car. You get to punch somebody.
No, I've done pediddle,
Yeah.
which is one headlight.
Mm-hmm. And pedaddle.
What's that?
I pleasured myself while driving.
That's backhand.
totally different.
Is that a different thing?
Yeah, but
it's
a
I,
thing.
Yeah, I saw a Yugo.
It's definitely.
You gave me a punch buggy in Clearwater. We were leaving. We were driving out of the stadium and saw one as we were driving back to Clearwater Beach.
Yeah.
And that was the first time I'd received a punch buggy in 20 years.
Oh, 20 years.
Yeah.
Well, I did it because, and I think I told you, my kids always get me first, so I finally get to do it.
I was
somebody
impressed
else.
by your ability.
What you do is drive them over to a VW dealership.
Oh my
and
God!
Beat the F out of
Just
them.
beat the living piss.
Daddy!
You can throw elbows when you're in a dealership. It's believed to go back to the 1970s and was probably a variation on the low five, which has been around since World War II. However, there are two popular stories which try to explain the origin of the high five. The first story states the first high five occurred at Dodger Stadium on October 2nd, 1977, between Glenn Burke and Dusty Baker on the last day of the regular season. The high five was in response to a home run hit by Baker off of Houston Astros pitcher J.R. Richard. So that's one story.
Yes. It's funny, though. How would you know that? How would you know that at some other event or some other sign of exaltation, somebody just didn't put up their hand and go,
Well, this is at a stadium in front of a lot of people,
Right.
and nobody had really seen that type of thing before, so somebody made note of it.
What did we just see, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah. The second story places the origin of the high five at a University of Louisville Cardinals basketball practice in 1978. Willie Brown was going to give his teammate Derek Smith a low five, but the two decided to give each other a high five instead, and after that, the team took it over and began giving each other high fives after each celebration.
And yet, though, there's enough evidence to suggest that it was actually discovered at the Institute of Hand Gestures in Massachusetts.
I didn't even think of that.
1957.
But some sports teams will take on their own celebration thing. I know who used to do the forearm bump? Was that the Yankees?
Yeah, they did it for a stretch. I watched the national championship game between Villanova and Michigan. And there was a guy who was not a starter from Michigan as the teams were doing warm-up. And this guy was in charge of high fives and slaps with all of the starting players. So they're announcing the starting players.
Oh, okay.
And they each come out, and then there's one guy standing near the basket, and he was the guy in charge of, all right, I'm going to do this routine with this guy and this routine with this guy. And it took coordination as a little bit of a choreography.
Do you have any special...
I do. Whenever I will do a high five somebody, it depends on them. If it's like a girl, it might be, hey, high five.
Yeah.
Hey, smack hands like that.
Yeah.
But if it's a friend, Casey, stand up.
All right. Oh, I'm a friend.
It's a three-parter that I always do, and it's like this.
Boom.
Mouth butt.
It's a lot.
It's like super white.
Actually, it's more like this. Super white.
Super white. Yeah, because we didn't.
Terry, come here. Terry's black. Come over here. No, I have more soul than that. I'm sorry.
Wait a second.
Terry's just
Terry's
as white
black,
as
the
us.
bro shake, and then
Yeah.
Oh, man.
and a snap. All right. You got to do
Hey,
this.
just, wait.
brothers.
He just did it again. Watch. You missed it. Turn around. Terry, do it. Watch pros do this.
Yeah.
There.
You got to do the snap at the end.
Casey's still thinking.
I think we just took a step down in the friendship department.
Wow.
No.
Terry's now Preston's best friend. Oh, guess who's going to Florida to play golf this year?
Terry already
You better
booked
brush
it.
up on your game, Terry.
Do you know Tiger Woods? A Florida man was arrested yesterday after allegedly striking his boyfriend in the head with a big mouth billy bass.
A big
The novelty singing fish. Officers were called to a residence in connection with a reported domestic battery. Upon arriving at the home, cops found Larry Timmerman with a laceration on his head An injury the victim said was caused by a big mouth Billy Bass thrown by Gregory Carney. In interviews, cops determined that the men have been domestic partners for 17 years and they had been quarreling earlier in the day.
I was originally attracted to him because of his big mouth Billy Bass.
At one point, Carney went into the den and began playing with his singing fish.
I'm going to go play with my fish.
Timmerman said that Carney continued doing this to, quote, just to aggravate him.
Just run away. Go run to your fish.
After having to endure several big mouth Billy Bass performances,
I'm going to get my Billy Bob teeth.
Timmerman removed the singing fish from the room and placed it in the trash. When Carney discovered the novelty item was missing from the den, he asked Timmerman on his whereabouts.
Where's my fish?
When Timmerman responded that Billy Bass...
Where is my fish?
How do you get that high?
Where is my fish? It was right here.
When Timmerman responded that Billy Bass was...
You can see the silhouette. It was right there.
Can you do that with the reverb on? When Timmerman responded...
You are such a bitch!
That Billy Bass was now in the trash, Carney became angry. Carney then fished the singing fish from the garbage and threw it at his boyfriend.
Wait, where's that singing coming from?
The item struck Timmerman in the head, causing a laceration. Carney admitted throwing the singing fish, but said that I did not aim for Larry and struck him in the head on accident.
He was aiming for Shemp.
Carney was subsequently arrested for domestic battery. Timmerman declined medical treatment for his injury.
Man, you don't want police responding to any domestic situation, but when it's one involving a big mouth Billy Bass,
that's pretty fun.
Yeah,
you would have been. Yeah, I think you would have had a story to tell.
It's a story. 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Oh.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath,
Right.
full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So, so you're saying the nakedness though drops dramatically after like 3rd or 4th season?
Yeah, it's still there, but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
She's got just a wonderful beef.
Jesus Christ. Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver.
And she's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time.
Wow.
Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys something.
What?
Where did you come from?
I know. I got it's a picture.
okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
everyone.
Jot that down.
Okay.
Jot that
I'm
down.
writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pick.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's men came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay. It's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But we don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
and as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for
and paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to quit.
Wait, one more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff, forgive me. Julie Handjob, forgive me. Julie Handy, forgive me. Julie Blumpkin, forgive me. Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh.
Wow.
You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerkoff throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or friends.
Julie Jerkoff.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie oh my God, I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie salad tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had jerk off as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her
know.
friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the jerk off for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a Master of
geez.
Science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and you're just your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. You know, jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The
I
woman
know,
reading the
I
names.
know.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh my God!
But and you know, there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure,
absolutely,
there'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize, anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It actually it made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, I mean, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize. I love you. Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, man.
It's where he lives. It's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what it says. As you pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back, we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to we have our next guest all lined up and ready to go. It's not hockey season, but this man keeps busy even during the off season.
Yes.
Got a really cool thing that we've talked about before, and we'll explain in just a moment. But Please welcome our good friend Jim Jackson to the show. Nice to see you, sir.
Nice to be here.
Thanks.
I haven't actually been in studio in, I think, 5-6 years.
Yeah,
is that right?
It's very rare that we get you in here because you're an extremely busy person. So
we had you out to the camp out, did we not?
Oh, yeah, I've been to the camp out.
Right.
Here
but just in the actual. And speaking of
actually
camp out,
here where you guys have
Yeah. I mean, you get to see the magic.
But absolute magic.
But speaking of camp out, a lot of the things that we schedule on our calendar revolve around what happens in the Flyers world, right? And so during that camp out week, the Flyers will have one home game, I believe, on that Thursday night because the calendar schedule just got released last week.
Yeah.
Do you find out when everybody else finds out?
I do.
Okay.
That's it?
If I have like something to plan around, I can make some calls and say, hey, what are you seeing? But it's not official until they release it.
Really?
So, yeah, I find out. That's a big day for me. I plan my 6 months.
I got you got your couples in the grill vacation.
That's right.
Well, listen, we just got a new Stanley Cup champion last month. Okay, yeah, that was June, and then late June, and then we had the NHL draft. So, despite there not being a season right now, there's some stories going on right now around the NHL. And how are you feeling about the Flyers? And
yeah, what happens with hockey is the season ends, then there, as you say, the draft, and then free agency.
Mm-hmm.
Usually there's a couple weeks between the end of the season and the draft. There are a couple days this year.
I felt like, how do you even prepare?
Yeah, I don't know how the poor Panthers, they have their parade the next day. They got to go to draft, and they weren't in great shape physically after that parade.
I'm sure.
What you saw. But, and then after the first week of July, second week, right about now, it starts to calm down. So the off season for anybody in management might be late July, August, because that's when not too much is happening. Then, of course, training camp kicks up in September. But for the Flyers, it's been a pretty quiet offseason. They drafted Jet Luchenko in the first round. He just participated in development camp, looked great. Some of the other prospects were there, looked great as well. But Danny Briere said they weren't going to be too active in free agency. They've got some, as they call it, dead cap money they got to get rid of first. The big excitement with the Flyers is Matvei Michkov, who will arrive this fall and play.
What can we expect from him? Because, okay.
He's incredible. All you have to do is go on YouTube, put his name in, and see some of his highlights. Let me put it into perspective. About 4 years before this draft, back when they were 14 years old, some of the kids, the draft of last year, which became the Connor Bedard draft, he's this generational player, right, that everybody's following. It was the Michkov Bedard draft. But then all the geopolitical stuff started happening, and the doubt about whether you could get a Russian player over here, all that kind of dropped him down. The Flyers were actually beneficiaries of that. He made it all the way to 7. They picked him, and now they've got themselves a potential. I mean, he's got work to do. He's not necessarily a defensive whiz, but potentially a generational player coming over. The fans are stoked. I haven't seen this kind of excitement for a Flyers prospect since Lindros, to be honest with you.
Well, that's saying a lot.
Yeah.
Wait, are they really looking at 14-year-old kids?
They start very young. They don't scout them too heavily until they get into the junior ranks. But some of these
crazy.
Kids, yeah,
my son's turning 13. He just started.
I'll get a scout on him.
He just started playing hockey. But like the thought of like scouts coming to these games that we go to is nuts.
Yeah. Well, I'm a little uncomfortable with that too because they're so young. I remember when my son was playing at 14, and I'm like, how can they be scouting these kids? They're just learning about the game. But some of them are beyond their years, and those are the ones they start looking at.
Well, isn't the plan to get them to these camps in the Philippines where none of our laws are beholding to, and then
Might
they
be
can
another sport,
train them?
Speaking of camps, though, outside of the Flyers, this is a really cool thing. We love the fact that you do this. For those who are interested in getting into the world of sports casting, play-by-play, color analysis, all of that stuff, you do this coaching session, this kind of camp thing that takes place. And this is fantastic. We know so many people, we have a lot of interns that come through here who, go through journalism and communications and have an interest in getting into broadcast. And more specifically, if they want to refine it down to sports, you need to talk to people who do it for a living.
It makes a big difference.
And so that's what you do. And tell us a little bit about the whole thing.
Well, all my career, I've mentored people just for a long time, just on the side. In fact, I just talked to somebody yesterday, did a Zoom with him. I've known him since he was 13. He's now on CBS. He's on the network, but he still comes back and we review one of his clips, which it's kind of funny. He shows me a network clip and I'm reviewing it with him. I go, you've made it. You made it. But he says, but you got to continue to hone your craft. So I've been doing it all along, but when I stopped doing the Phillies 4 years ago now. I had more time in the summer, so I said, I got to do something with this. And I actually put the program together where I do one-on-one sessions, 3 Zooms, and I'm their mentor for as long as they want me. They can shadow me for a Flyers broadcast if I think it's fit for them. I try to help them find things, jobs when they get to that stage.
How much of this has ported over into people who are looking to do non-traditional broadcast
It
stuff?
has. Podcasters have become, people think it's play-by-play. It's not just play-by-play.
Right.
Obviously, play-by-play people tend to gravitate to it because that's what I do. But I've also done studio work. I've anchored. I've done radio talk shows. I've done sideline reporting.
You did Drag Race for 1 year.
I remember asking
like
you
wearing
this.
women's clothes. That thing.
Yeah, that kind of drag. Yes.
I remember asking you this a couple of years ago when you were doing the Phillies and the Flyers. Which type of broadcast was harder because Flyers is so fast and kinetic, and not Connecticut.
You're so Connecticut.
We used to have the Hartford Whalers.
And you have all these international names, and it seems like it would be a lot harder. But then with baseball, there's a lot of time to fill. Yeah. It's very, very slow paced and slow moving. Yep. And I can't remember what you said. What was harder? Baseball.
Tougher. Yeah. Most people laugh at me when I say that, but when I would fill in for Scott Fransky, who by the way I think is the best in the business. And he would go on vacation a couple of times. I'd do all 9 innings. I would be dead tired after doing 9 innings of baseball. I'm not tired after
extemporaneously.
You have to think all the time. I actually equate it to playing.
Yeah.
In hockey, when you're out on the ice, you can't be thinking. It's muscle memory from practice, muscle memory from recent games. You just have to react, instinct. It's too fast to be thinking out there, right? Baseball, as a player, as a second baseman, you're always thinking, all right, is this going to be a breaking ball, fastball? Which way do I shade?
Right.
Is it left-handed batter, right-handed batter? All that stuff. You have to think about what's about to happen. You have to do that as a baseball announcer as well. So you're always thinking. Well, to always think for 3 straight hours, I don't know about you, but I can only think consecutively for about 2 minutes. So is strenuous. So I always said baseball was the tougher.
Okay.
I believe that because in hockey, you're reporting what you're seeing. You're adding flavor into that as well.
Right.
But in baseball, there are pauses between those moments of here's what I'm seeing and here's what I'm telling you is happening right now. To hey, let's expand on this a little bit and talk about this guy and what he's been up to and what we can expect. And there's a lot more.
If you could play the harmonica, would you have played it?
No.
Yeah. What do you want to hear?
I will say this though about hockey. Only some people can do it. Like. Talking that fast isn't something everybody can do. Baseball, if you know the sport and can hold a conversation, you can probably do baseball.
Well, what I like about...
to be really good at it, you have to be like think about Vin Scully. I mean, he was just such a storyteller, and you think about it. And just listen to Scott Fransky do a game. It's just like that's a talent too.
It is. You can tell when people are just padding, and you can tell when people are, illuminating you with subject matter and are, propelling a narrative. And then there are people I'm just going to vomit words and see what happens.
Yeah, but and also humor in baseball. L.A. and Scott, obviously, you that over 162 games, you've got to have some of that, or you're going to drive yourself crazy. Hockey, we throw in some humor. Bush is a funny guy; he's hilarious, but the game's so fast, it's not like we can sit there and tell jokes.
Do you ever? Because we have it all the time. We have a perpetual list of things that we have topics, and then we have what we kind of call evergreen. And at any given point, I have a list of about 55 things that are just sitting there to go to. Do you ever? Do you collect little things, little factoids?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
That's part of the coaching. Gene Hart. You guys remember Gene?
Yeah.
It's scary now when I go around. Some people, it's been a while now, but Gene was doing television first 2 years that I was here when I was doing radio, and he'd carry around this big black binder, right?
Yeah.
He didn't have a computer back then, and I'm thinking, this is hockey. And I have this, I have 2 sheets of paper. And he's got this. So finally I asked, hey, Gene, how much of that do you really use? And he was just waiting for me to ask that question. He says, about 10%. And he was also waiting for my response. And I go, that's a waste of time. 90% of your time is wasted. Why would you do that? He goes, but JJ, I don't know which 10% I'm going to use from one game to the next.
Yeah.
And he's so right. A lot of it does stay off the air or on the cutting room floor, whatever, however you want to put it. But you just don't know in live sports how a game is going to go and what you're going to use. And I tell my students that all the time. I prepare a lot. Some people think when I show them my preparation, I'm crazy. But I feel I have to, when the broadcast starts, be in a broadcaster zone. You've heard about the athletes being in a zone.
Right, yeah.
I have to feel as though I can handle anything in that game. Now, am I capable of that? Hopefully, yes. Am I absolutely 100% sure I can handle everything? No, because it's live sports. Al Michaels showed up in the 1989 World Series to do a baseball game. He ended up calling an earthquake. You can't know what's going to happen.
Absolutely.
But you want to feel like you can. And once you're to the point where you feel like you can, you're like an athlete who's in his zone. And you're just better.
So they had a raccoon on the field at the Union game, and the announcers actually ended up calling the raccoon. Have you ever had anything like that?
We had the squirrel in the playoffs, but I wasn't on the air for that. That was Scott. I have not had the most weird thing I had was a smoke bomb was thrown on the ice during a Flyers game.
Okay.
And we had to describe a smoke bomb and then sit there as they.
Have you ever seen smoke?
Yeah, exactly. It's not that easy. But Kevin Harlan, national announcer, has done some great calls of cats they've gotten loose on the field, and he has an unbelievable, just YouTube a call of a drunk guy who got loose on the field.
Oh yeah.
And he might have been, I don't know if he was streaking, but he wasn't fully clothed. And his call of it was just, and they've got him now, and enjoy your time in the clink. It was just a great call.
But there are times like fog, and things like that, that you have to. Okay, guys, you got to fill because we got to take care of this problem. The game's going to stop,
and you need all that preparation in those cases. So that's one of the things I talk about in these. But back to it's a one-on-one, and now. Well, it's something that I've done all along, the one-on-ones. My first year, I did these group Zooms, which are going to happen next week, and I haven't done those for a while. I've been busy with the one-on-ones, but I do get some that can't afford the one-on-ones, so this is kind of a more affordable option for them, and I only have 5 spots open for next Tuesdays.
5 spots.
By the way, it's
JimJacksonBroadcasting.com.
JimJacksonBroadcasting.com.
Yeah, you can go there and click on the link for the group Zoom, and you can find out how to sign up. It's 3 hours, 1 to 4 next Tuesday.
I think it's a no-brainer, especially if you want to. If you're, we were talking earlier. Preston was talking about how in the movie business, or whatever, we're talking about achieving success and the odds against it. And I forget what celebrity was. Maybe it was from Northern Exposure, John Corbett.
John Corbett,
talking about the odds for making it. So, now even with the influx of YouTubers and so on and so forth and all of that stuff, the people who are going to break away from the pack have some polish, and that's going to make a difference.
Yeah, I think back to when I was trying to do this. It was a tape recorder in front of a TV. It was the only experience I could really get. Now you can have your own YouTube channel. Do whatever you want, and any experience in front of this mic or a camera is a rep.
Yes.
And the more reps you get, the better you get.
Agreed. Absolutely. I've told people that are interested in broadcasting at the very beginning, if they're if they're doing podcasting or whatever, interview absolutely anyone all the time. It doesn't matter who they are. If you're not even interested in what they're doing, it's just it's more experience. It's more getting used to the rhythm of what is to be on a microphone, asking people questions, coming up with interesting things to talk about.
And listening.
And listening as well,
Yes,
and playing the harmonica.
Of course, that too.
If you can.
I think that's going to be the next big thing, to be honest, in broadcasting.
In baseball.
Jim Jackson, broadcasting.com. Real quick, on a personal note, we were off air talking about your kids. Yes. And I saw this that your youngest son, is it Johnny?
Johnny, yeah.
He just graduated from Nazareth University, magna cum laude.
Yes, I'm proud of my kids. They've both done great through school. He was a business major, so of course he's getting into hockey. But he's going to coach. It's his passion. I tell all my broadcast coaching students, follow your passion. Find a way to monetize your passion. If you can make a living at your passion, you won't work a day in your life. I can't exactly tell my kids not to do that.
Right.
Either,
you're kind of a bad example for any other way. Yeah.
So his passion is hockey. He just eats it, drinks it, sleeps it. And so he's going to get a chance to coach a premier team, and then he's going to be an assistant coach for a U.S. junior team up in Utica, New York, which is what's ironic about it is he's actually going to be coaching in the same building where I announced my minor league hockey game.
Wow.
It's going to be really very surreal, but I'm really excited for him. And my daughter is a film editor, and she's working on a doc right now, the Flyers Russia game from 1976.
Oh, wow.
Speaking of docs and hockey, did you see the Netflix special about that was it Providence? It was a Rhode Island Trashers.
I did not
minor
see
league
this.
hockey team.
I'm gonna have to look it up.
Okay, are you aware of this hockey
It's
team?
like the real slap shot, is it not?
I mean, essentially, it was a real life slap shot.
Wow.
This gentleman bought a minor league hockey team up in New England somewhere. I believe it was in Rhode Island.
By the way, it's not the story that inspired Slapshot, but
No.
it's different.
It's similar, yeah.
But it's very, very similar. And then this guy basically hired every single former NHL goon to come and play on the team. And
That's wild.
Netflix had a whole series. It was called Undisclosed or I forget what it was, but that one. I think you would get a real
I
kick
will.
out of
I
that,
love
yeah.
slap. In fact, full circle. You guys know Slapshot? You know the scene where they fight during the warm up and then they show the anthem. Listen to the you know what song.
Listen to the
That's
song.
the building where I did my minor league games, and my son is going to be coaching.
Stop it.
That is so cool.
The Utica Memorial Auditorium. It's been renovated, obviously, but I was actually in the crowd as a young kid.
When they were filming that?
Yeah, but you can't. My father took me, but I'm nowhere to be seen. We're just like a blurry mob there in the background.
Whereabouts in the stadium were you?
I was on toward the back of the lower row, but believe me, I've watched it several times. You can't even see our mugs, but it was wild to be there because it took forever.
Was Paul Neumann there that day?
He was there. Yeah, he was in that scene, but I mean, we couldn't get close to him.
Right.
And it took, we were there only for one day. It took several days to shoot
film,
that.
yeah.
So you know how that works, right? One scene takes forever. How many takes? And in fact, I was in Chicago once with the Flyers, and I stumbled upon a Chicago fire scene in the street. And I say, I'm going to watch this. See, there's just so much standing around and stuff. It's amazing. So that Slapshot, to me as a kid, I was just happy to be in the ring.
That's miraculous.
The series is called Untold.
Untold. I'm going to check it out.
And
for
it's
sure.
the Danbury Trashers.
Danbury Trashers.
Danbury Trashers.
I actually have
Connecticut.
heard of it now, but you say the full name, but I have not seen that.
Fascinating documentary.
Nice. Well, listen, Jim, we want to hit this again. That your, excuse me, your lesson, I guess.
The group broadcast Zoom is what I'm calling it. You can call it a camp, but it's a Zoom 1 to 4 next Tuesday.
3 hours next Tuesday. There's only 5 spots left. You can go to jimjacksonbroadcasting.com. If you know someone who's had a desire to get into this industry, let them know about it because you're talking to one of the best right here.
And I do want to point out, I've had students 12 to 59.
Okay.
So age is not a factor. Because
So those are the only 2 ages you want to have.
That's right. Nobody in between, just 12 and 59. No, anyway, I mean, a lot of people getting into the podcasting realm are our age. So you don't have to be young, but obviously, and it's not just play-by-play. It's for sideline reporting. I'm going to do a whole thing on interviewing. It's also about anchoring, camera presence, the whole thing. So you don't have to just be play-by-play.
You teach people how to take a spin on the baby wheel?
You guys, it's amazing. When I'm out now, how many times I get, and they remember the phrases that I can't even remember anymore.
So if somebody says anything obscure to you, it's like, oh, yeah, that must have been with the
We're going to
Preston
try to
and Steve
avoid
show.
any kerfuffles in the camp. But,
All right. Well, listen, we'll talk to you, obviously, when the season gets up and running, but it's great to see you here in our studio.
yeah, get well, Nick, by the way.
JimJacksonBroadcasting.com to get on board with our good friend, the man behind the play-by-play of the Philadelphia Flyers, Mr. Jim Jackson. All right, and we are going to segue into yet another guest who is joining us. He is joining us via Zoom this morning and is appearing at Helium Comedy Club tonight. And, he's a big Penguins fan.
Pittsburgh. Yeah.
We're gonna welcome him anyway. We love him. He's a good friend of ours, Steve Byrne.
Hey. How are you guys?
Good, man. How you doing, Steve?
Doing well. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it.
As always, brother. We love talking to you. How's the summer treating you so far?
Good. I've spent literally the last 2 minutes balancing my laptop on an ice bucket and a table in the smallest hotel room in New York City. So this is pretty awesome. Show business.
Yay!
Yeah.
Are you in one of those boutique-y New York City hotels?
Yeah, which means very expensive for very little. Yes.
Dude, I agree.
Boutique.
I
Yes.
hate boutique hotels. I can't stand them.
I stayed in one in New York City, and it was, a friend and I were there. It just fit our little carry-on bags. That was it.
Yeah.
And then you walked onto the other side of the bed, and that was the bathroom.
And the bathroom door won't open all the
Yeah,
way
right.
because
Oh,
it hits
totally.
the bed.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep. That's exactly it. Nothing but style. Nothing but the best. So Steve, you're in town tonight doing Helium Comedy Club.
Yes.
Obviously looking forward to having you back in Philadelphia. Do you get much breaks? Is summertime a vacation time at all for you, or is it just work?
I'll be honest with you. I think anytime there's like an election like this, there's no time for vacation because there's so much going on. It's hilarious. And, there's constantly things in the news. I don't know if you guys saw, obviously, North Korea's Kim Jong-un, my mother's supreme command leader. North Korea's Kim Jong-un, it was in the Associated Press that he has I'm not making this up. He has a pleasure squad of 25 virgins that please him sexually. So that's what happens if you're the president of North Korea. If he lived here, he'd be the president of Nickelodeon.
Oh, my God.
People, get a grip. It's just, okay, here we go.
No. Did you watch that, by the way? Did you watch that Quiet on the Set? The series, the Nickelodeon?
Oh, yeah. I watched it. I after the first 2 episodes, I had to stop because I was watching it and I was laying down pointing my toes, so I had to stop. I actually watched it. I was in Hollywood when I saw it. Kevin Spacey had a viewing party, so I was over there. So,
oh my God!
At the Spacey house. You got to tell us. By the way, I love Steve the persona which you've sort of adopted over the past couple of years. You always come out dressed, in an old style. I'd say a guest who would panel on a Carson Tonight Show episode. You've got that, and you've been referred to. I don't know if you came up with the champagne of comedy.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that whole presentation. It is a hearkening back to a style of comedian. Were you a fan of those? Because you're obviously bringing modern sensibilities to it, but were you a fan of those old school, Carson-esque comedians?
Oh yeah. I mean, when I was a kid, like I remember in high school, if I was good, my father would let me watch the monologue.
Yeah, okay.
The Carson monologue. I loved it, and then obviously as I got older, Letterman was fantastic. I still I love watching any of the monologue jokes for most of the talk shows. One of the guys I really liked was Ferguson because I heard that he had a staff of 15 writers and never used any of the monologue that they wrote. So he would just go out and wing it, which was fascinating to me. But I still don't think you can beat any of the old Carson stuff because he was straight down the middle, pretty moderate, really, really fun, and would tackle things in a way where it wasn't divisive. Whereas these days, it's like everything's divisive.
Oh, there's a lot of scowling and intent in a lot of the stuff today. And you're right, a lot of that stuff. He would hit. Everyone got theirs, but they got it in a good-natured way, and you don't see that a lot.
And by the way, thank you for that kind introduction, the champagne of comedy, yes, and all the hearkening to an older day. I dress up in a suit, and look, just as an American, I believe in giving people a great product, so I dress in a suit. As an Asian, I've got to give you a discount. That's why I'm there Wednesday at Helium, not the weekend. Yes.
Listen, people are looking to be inside right now anyway because it's like 1,000 degrees.
Jesus
so
Christ,
I think a Wednesday night's going to do just fine in the air-conditioned comforts of Helium Comedy Club. But wearing a suit, then this humidity, gnarly.
Well, look, it can't get any hotter than guys at the border. The border, it's such a big divisive issue.
It is, Steve.
There are rumors, there are estimates, right? Anywhere from 30 to 50 million migrants have made it in this country over the last 10 years. That's the estimate. Guys, I'll tell you right now, it's not working. It is not working at all. It's been 10 years, 30 to 50 million Mexicans and Latinos in this country, and we are still not competing for World Cup. Guys,
it's not working.
It's true.
Out.
It's true.
But we made the Olympics, so...
We made the Olympics. Well, look, here's the other thing, right? If Donald Trump did get elected this next election cycle, there are rumors he said he'll deport up to 8 million within the first year. 8 million Mexicans and Latinos out of this country. If he does that, who will root for the Raiders? No one's thinking about these things.
You're a big picture guy. Yeah. I wanted to ask you as I was doing a little checking up on you, Steve, and I don't ever remember this happening, but apparently it's been chronicled in film. 13 or Bust, where you played 13 clubs in Manhattan in one night. Is this in fact what happened? Is this all rumor and hearsay?
No, that's actually, it's on YouTube. It was a documentary when everybody was doing like CDs back in the day. I was like, oh, let's do a little film. So I found out the record for most sets in New York City at the time was 12 by Dave Attell. So I said, all right, let's go for 13, thinking we'll never get there. and it was the one night everything kind of worked. But it's a fun chronicle to see what it's like to be a comic in New York City. And Bill Burr's in it, Robert Kelly, and Dov Davidoff.
Oh, I gotta check that. There's old luminaries.
I love those guys. Yeah.
Yep, all of them.
Yeah, there's like a little round table discussing what it's like to be a comic in New York City at the time, and Bill Burr has hair. So that's
that's how old you know it is.
Yeah, he's not angry. He's actually kind of nice and chill and young and full of life and vibrance.
Not the wizened old man we see now.
Hey,
yes, he's not get off my lawn, Bill Burr yet. Yeah.
I didn't realize this until I just saw we have a little stat sheet on you, but I watched this documentary. I didn't realize that you directed Always Amazing, the documentary about the amazing Jonathan. That was a really compelling documentary. I mean, he was essentially dying at the time.
Yeah. The crazy thing is and again, that's on YouTube with Bill Burr's company, All Things Comedy. But at the time I did it, Jonathan let me know that there were there was another documentary being made as I'm flying to Boston to make a documentary about him. So that became the basis of somebody else's, but mine was a straightforward kind of paying homage to Jonathan, who was just an absolutely crazy headlining magician comic that was a drug addict that had an 18-year-old basically being his tour manager, which is one of the craziest things I'd ever heard of.
I saw it. It was terrific. I was a big fan of his. He was his actual chops, magically, and all of the stuff he would do was very impressive. But he managed to transcend all sorts of different. He could be on any show. He was pretty wild, and he found acceptance with all sorts of different audiences.
Yeah, so many genres, but also so much respect because the comedians respected him because he was a comic, and the magicians respected him because he was a great magician because his tricks would never work, but then they would. Mm-hmm. But like one of the things I love about Jonathan is like he had this big bowl, this huge cartoonesque bowl of cocaine, right? And this cartoonish straw. And he would go up and put his nose to the straw and pretend to snort this coke. And there was a vacuum pump that sucked all the powder, the cocaine out of it.
Yeah.
And people were like, oh, it's funny. He's sniffing cocaine. He was sniffing cocaine. He had cocaine in the straw. So you get a little toot during the show.
That's
and
funny.
as you sniff cocaine, I was like, oh my God, this guy's crazy.
Yeah. Wow. Are you working on a movie now? You're something coming up you're directing?
Yeah, I wrote a second film. So I had a film called The Opening Act about my early years in stand-up comedy.
We talked about it. We had you on about it, and it's a solid movie.
Yes, and you had me on it, and it did nothing in the Philadelphia area, so I don't know why I'm back here.
That's it. Why are you even coming here?
Yeah. That's right. But no, I am getting ready to direct a second film, and we're casting for right now, and just signed on and all this stuff, so we're ready to go. But it's a pretty fun film. You guys might like this. It's a true story based on Caltech basketball's program. They didn't win a game for 30 years. For 30 years, winless streak. And before that, they had another 20 years of winless streak. Wow. And they had won one game in like the 80s. Okay. So like 50 years, they don't win a game. So this new coach comes in. I'm going to turn this program around. He gets there. He realized they're not only dressing nerds that have never played basketball. The program's so bad, they're dressing nerds that have never played sports. So he realizes, we're never winning the championship. We're not going to the playoffs. The whole movie is, can you nerds just win one game? Just win once, for the love of God.
Wow.
And that's the whole film. So,
we love that. Yeah, that is a great concept. It's funny because the Invincible, which even at the end of that movie here, they don't win. They don't win the game.
Yeah, they won a game.
They won a game.
They didn't win. They didn't win a championship.
He picked up a fumble.
Yeah,
he picked up a fumble in a game that they lost by 30 points.
Yeah,
that's so. What it teaches you is to find inspiration in all sorts of different situations.
Yeah, those were the good old days of Disney making fun movies that the whole family could enjoy, as opposed to now with the woke agenda. I heard that For example, Tinkerbell's getting a plus-size cousin named Taco Bell. Like, these are the things that Disney, space lesbians, creating the Force out of nowhere. It's absolutely bananas what's been happening lately. But yeah,
I know you're a big comic book guy, and so you in that realm, and if you're operating in the film circles, you're friends with Vince Vaughn, and do you know Favreau as well?
I've met Favreau quite a handful of times, and every time I see him, he acts like he has no idea who I am.
So you're not going to be able to parlay that.
Yeah. Obviously, he's seen my act. I think is basically what it comes down to. But Brendan Wayne is a good friend of mine. He's the guy that plays the Mandalorian, which is fascinating to me because he is the day-to-day guy, and everybody's like, "Oh, Pedro Pascal." Pedro Pascal shows up one day on set, takes the mask off, says something dramatic, and puts it on. And then Brendan gets back in the suit and gets no credit for it for like.
Can I tell you how disheartening it was to learn that? In other words, I think Pedro Pascal is fantastic. I love The Last of Us. I think he's terrific. Yeah. But I'm like, man, dude, I want you in that friggin' costume, and it's basically just a voiceover.
Oh man.
Yeah, he's basically a voiceover, and Brendan, comes from good genes. I mean, his grandfather's John Wayne, so he's got the stride. He's got that kind of walk whenever he's walking, and he's got a cool walk. So I think that's probably why I got the job. But yeah, he's finally, like, I think after the third season, Disney let him be acknowledged. So he's going to all the signings and Comic Cons and all that stuff.
He's the David Prowse.
That's right. Yes, with two normal eyes, he can actually look you. He doesn't have that darting, lazy eye.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, Steve, we got to wrap, brother, but it's great to spend some time with you. The show is tonight, Helium Comedy Club. You can go to heliumcomedy.com and get the tickets. But see Steve, who's in for it. It's just one night only, right? It's just tonight only.
Just one night only. And as soon as the show's over, guys, I got to end it like this. I'm going to get myself a nice glass of scotch. I'm going to do it 12-year-old with Coke, just like P. Diddy. Guys, I got to get out of here.
Wow. Okay.
Too much to go over.
Great to see you. Yeah. Thank you. Steve Byrne. Yeah. Oh, my God. Wow. All right. Let us take a break and come back in a second because we do have to get to the beef file here shortly. If you missed it earlier, we'll recap the Jersey Shore 64 because we did have a winner on that and more. Stay put. We'll be right back. $54 million. Quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, so I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think it's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick. I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking. You're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got
funds my lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah. So. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse Duplantis. Thank you for tuning in to This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
Now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of them with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This is where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
it's got a transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going.
There.
Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say
This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Oh! That's it. That's the dilemma. Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's up.
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
It's
this is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. You know, it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity, the absolute robbing of human beings, preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I am surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild.
Girls Gone. You just want to punch this guy in the face.
Absolutely.
With all your might.
I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't mind riding along.
This is my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe that the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
Yeah.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how. That's akin to saying open sesame. When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you, that jet door opened right up.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always is Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
and
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching it
Stop.
Oh, your plot is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you
I
can
just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2
Oh my
on
God,
Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before? Never mind. Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
over the ear,
over your ear.
Yeah,
You're fine.
They're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe
Preston-
you should
so
let
Preston-
Steve stretch them out for you.
yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice. She almost
fell on her ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like,
packs a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, I mean, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
Yeah.
That's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
He's
All right,
he's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20, at least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keep playing that clip over and over until I
Until
get
we
this,
find it.
Steve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh my God, let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old. There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yeah. It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the day.
There we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay. I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney. We do the Bizarre File. Just a reminder, about an hour ago, we revealed that, or it was a couple hours ago.
Yes.
We revealed that the winner of the Jersey Shore 64, first time we've ever done this thing, happens to be the Cape May Zoo.
On the way to Cape May.
And Pierre Robert will be broadcasting live there at Cape May Zoo on Friday, July 19th.
Very cool.
If your travels take you to the shore, then you got to swing by and meet with Pierre while he's there.
So I've already started to get pictures sent to me of various animals at the zoo because people, it's such a standard for people to go to the zoo.
Yeah.
And they're saying, Pierre should broadcast from here. Pierre should broadcast from here.
I love it. Thank you to our sponsor, by the way, for the inaugural MMR Jersey Shore 64. It's powered by DHY Motorsports, and congratulations to Cape May Zoo. I'm looking forward to that event. All right, let us do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by College Ave. Experience a better way to pay for college at collegeave.com. You can apply for a college loan in minutes and be on your way to a bright future only at collegeave.com. All right, how about this story? An elderly evangelical pastor is facing federal charges for allegedly assaulting his wife on an airplane because she got upgraded to first class and he didn't.
Okay.
Right?
That's great.
You don't understand. If I sit back there, I'm with the filth. Up front, I'm with the rich people, which is where I feel more comfortable.
The ugly physical attack occurred on July 2nd aboard Alaska Airlines Flight 275 from Seattle to Anchorage after Roger Allen Holmberg Sr., an evangelical pastor.
Dear Jesus, please give me an upgrade.
He is 75 years old and verbally abused his spouse and flipped her the bird in front of a cabin full of horrified travelers.
You whore.
The couple were traveling to Alaska from their home in Virginia for a meeting related to their ministry.
Yes.
The Holmes
doing good work.
The Holmesburgs knew each other for some 20 years before marrying a year and a half ago following the death of Holmesburg's previous wife. Now, according to the complaint, this is a pretty lengthy story, by the way, a passenger who was sitting in first class next to Holmberg's wife, they left her name out of the story, said that things began to go south shortly after the 3.5-hour flight got underway. In the first of 3 separate incidents, Holmberg, who was flying coach, confronted his wife at her seat. According to the complaint, Holmberg demanded, "How the hell did you get an upgrade?"
What the hell?
And then he said... And then she said, "Well, I am a Gold Point member, and don't speak to me like that."
Wow.
During the second interaction, Holmberg walked up to his wife, handed her his phone, told her to read what was on the screen, and then he gave her the finger. And when Holmberg went back for a third confrontation, he pushed in front of his wife's seatmate and attempted to swing his arm toward her, according to the complaint. The seatmate leaned forward to block the attempted strike, but Holmberg still appeared to strike the top of the victim's head with his hand.
Jeez.
Holmberg's wife later said that he had roughed her up in the past.
Physically, yeah.
And that one confrontation had left her with a broken finger. An off-duty police officer sitting one row in front of Holmberg's wife noticed a disturbance between her and Holmberg and heard Holmberg's wife tell him, "You cannot be doing that." The officer soon came to realize that Holmberg had struck his wife in the head, after which he headed for the first-class lavatory.
Unbelievable.
When Holmberg emerged from the bathroom, the cop told Holmberg that if there were any further incidents, he would put him in handcuffs. And apparently the disruptions stopped at that point. An FBI special agent, along with police, met the plane when it landed. Holmberg's wife told authorities that her husband had a history of abusing her. Under questioning by airport police and the FBI, Holmberg said that he and his wife had been seeing a marriage counselor in an attempt to mend rifts in their relationship. But according
a bad husband.
But according to the complaint, Holmberg blamed the problems entirely on her.
Oh, not the airline?
No, on her. Holmberg claimed that he was upset about his wife's upgrade to first class because, quote, he wanted his wife to travel with him and sit next to him. The complaint says that Holmberg downplayed the severity of the strike, telling investigators that he simply tapped his wife on the head.
Are you enjoying your complimentary beverages, whore?
In passing to get her attention. He was arrested on a count of simple assault over the incident.
I don't think he's in the right line of work, frankly.
I don't think so either. Individually, people can be smart. As a large group, they tend to be complete morons. Hikers who enjoy climbing to the peak of South Korea's Mount Halla have grown frustrated by hour-long lines filled with people waiting to take selfies at the mountain summit.
Do you hear the echo?
Where there's a marker that shows that they've reached the peak. I hear it. I heard that. So complaints have been lodged, and those same people are requesting additional summit markers be placed so the lines will move more quickly. Since a mountain can only have one summit, it's not hard to imagine the logistic issues.
Well, can't you build another mountain?
That might come with this request, but that won't stop them from asking.
I hiked to the Devil's Bridge in Sedona, Arizona, and it was a beautiful hike. But, you're hiking to this natural landmark, and then you had to wait. Because the arch, this bridge, people would walk over to, and they would get their picture taken.
Pictures, yep.
There was one lady who was just dead set on doing this yoga pose where I'm like, lady, stop it. Stop. You're going to fall and die.
Got to get the picture. Come on. So I found this interesting. Hold on. It was another story I've been trying to get to for a while, and I want to make sure that I do mention this one. It was a little while back. Hang on a second. I'll get to it. Man, I got it buried deeply in here.
Yeah. You're in deep.
Balls deep?
Yeah, here we go.
Deep.
All right, here we go. A man convicted of diverting a national park river to ease boat access to Lake Michigan was sentenced to probation.
What did I do?
He diverted a river.
That's okay.
They call him the Beaver.
Andrew Howard was also banned from National Park Service properties during a 5-year period.
I just diverted the river.
U.S. Attorney
beaver.
Mark Totten said Mr. Howard had a policy dispute with the National Park Service over whether to dredge the Platte River, while Mr. Howard had the right to disagree and advocate for his position. He did not have the right to take the law into his own hands and force his favored result. Howard was found guilty of misdemeanor tampering and vandalism during a brief trial. It was in August 2022. A ranger witnessed Howard digging with a shovel. And within days, the government said a new channel to Lake Michigan grew to about 200 feet wide.
Jesus.
Attracting fishermen. The Park Service no longer dredges the river. As a result, sediment and sand buildup, reducing the ability to get boats to Lake Michigan. In a court filing, defense attorney Tony Valentine said the river had already been diverted by others when Howard moved some sand and rocks, but you can't do that. And that is what I have.
It'd be like blowing up a dam.
Yep, the bizarre file for you this morning. All right, 2 more quick things. A reminder, this is the last chance to win tickets to the Preston and Steve Day Off at Dorney broadcast live tomorrow. And there's a way for you to do it. You go to our social media channels. That's Facebook, Instagram story, X, and we have a link there. Click on that link and then enter the word tomorrow, and you'll be in the running for a 4-pack of tickets for the event tomorrow morning. And you will get free admission for the day, free parking, early entrance to enjoy rides that are opening early, including the brand new coaster Iron Menace. It's Dorney Park and Wildwater Kingdom for the fun of it. They've got so much stuff for you to participate in. So do that right now. The word again is tomorrow. All right. We need a winner for the secret text word. Kathy, who's it going to be?
7.
All right. 7th caller at 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know that secret text word. Take a break. Come back in a second. Get some music news, trash, and all that good stuff. Stay with us. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner.
Yes.
Has 6 kids, but.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlyn, huh? Thought you'd be bigger.
I mean, no cooler.
But she
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh my God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
Fish music was playing when they were coming out?
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh.
You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little...
I couldn't tell.
What is this from, though?
It's a spoof. It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. This it is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla lookalike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
you know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it. I knew it.
It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swartz.
Everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. You nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong friendship.
It was just a lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
Actually, this goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand-up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand-up."
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I've been doing like 22 years, which is insane. And a lot of people just know me from movies. So it's kind of a bonus when they're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball, and they're like, oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh.
This is a whole other
crazy.
aspect.
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes. Was
exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, oh, it's this kid. And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, who is this dude? And a lot of the younger guys were like, oh, that's this kid Nick Swartz, and that was my first special. And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I love them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy, and he called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, yeah, you. So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
there's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's in one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And she's in one of our calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "Okay, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother." And I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, "Yeah, you're a gay brother." And I was like, "I've been doing a lot of gay stuff." I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, "No, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay." And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with like tiny shorts.
Yes.
And I was like, "Yeah, this is way different. Way different."
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets.
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish.
Gay.
It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
Did you want to buy?
Insanity.
That's not
That
you.
is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never said that in an interview?
Who grabbed the
I
piece of
probably
information?
did, but I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it.
Yeah, you know the second you hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat they can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they need.
It's like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in, and it made this weird sound, and I just end up killing my mom and eating her.
Okay,
I just want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute antithesis.
The love of bats is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
It was when you were in Austin for your third time. It says, "Why do you keep coming back?" And you said, "I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative. Everyone is super cool. I love the music, and you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm."
It was a joke.
Yeah, I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christy, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy, by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight and you got that stuff all handled, are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. I mean, I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just like, and not she's not an alcoholic or anything. She just I just want to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years, and then I'll take like a month off. Yeah, and it really helps. Sure, it really helps.
5 years, 1 month. 5 years, 1 month.
It's all about the balance. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Great to see you, man. Thanks for being
cheers,
here.
guys.
That is Nick Swartz.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did. KSAN? At KSAN in San Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Didn't they change format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're 3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains. Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. Now I actually got to like a lot of the music too, but it was here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
country stereo.
That was the tagline?
Country stereo.
Something like that. And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name all the counties.
Oh my God!
We all got us a story there, Presbo.
We do.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah. I've only been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny, what was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
Fridays like this, so I begin the weekend.
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Is he still even on?
He retired.
Okay,
he retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end, it's
a little crazy,
total unintelligible.
Honest in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. Reverend Billy's hard.
Those were those cowboy hats too when I see them on TV. I mean,
for a second, so I still haven't revealed what the word is yet. So we'll go to him. Hey, Brian. Morning, buddy.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. All right, Brian, lay that secret text word on us, please.
Giggle.
Giggle is correct. All right, Brian, hold on. You also get those tickets to No Apologies Tour, Friday, July 19th, Keswick Theater, Glenside. Tickets on sale now at AXS.com. So congratulations to you, sir. All right, let's move on to give something else away. We have a lesson question. Pair of tickets is MMR Rock's Third Eye Blind, the Summer Gods Tour with Yellow Card in Arizona, Friday, July 12th. And let's go with this. What is the nickname that we will be calling Marissa from here on out? We learned it this morning. She hates it, but she was given it by her father-in-law. 215-263-WMMR. Let's see if you know Marissa's nickname. And if you do, you can win. So call now. 215-263-WMMR.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, it's brought to you by Pal Hannah. You can set sail with Pal Hannah in Ocean City, New Jersey. The only Caribbean tiki boat experience. And you bring the drinks and the food, they'll captain your boat. Book your tropical getaway or bachelorette party today at PauhanaTikiBoat.com. That's Pauhana, tikiboat.com. What's up, Steve?
Well, Kim Kardashian says she felt nostalgic during Khloe's birthday party when she fell on the dance floor and ended up flat on her stomach. Kim actually teared up, noting that's the position that made her famous.
Oh my God.
Kat Von D, explaining her decision to cover all her tattoos with black ink, said, Kat, I've made some poor choices in my life, and I wanted another one to add to the list.
Hey! Seriously.
And finally, just after a recent arrest for drunk driving in the Hamptons, Justin Timberlake announcing he and Tiger Woods are opening a new bar in Scotland. The place will open next month and will be called Denial.
Yeah.
And that's Hollywood Trash.
All righty, we are going to see if you know the answer to this question. What is a nickname that we'll all be calling Marissa from here on out? 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to... Everybody hangs up, man. What? Try to go to a caller.
Some bitch.
All right, I'll go to Tony. Hi there, Tony.
How you doing?
Good. Tony, what we're going to be calling Marissa from here on out?
Morara.
Some bitch. You got it right. Hang on, Tony. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to Third Eye Blind, the Summer Gods Tour with Yellow Card in Arizona, Friday, July 12th. That's this Friday, by the way. Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. Go to WMMR.com, and we'll have your chance to win pit tickets over there. Music news time.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you this morning by Mini Melts of America. You can get Mini Melts ice cream delivered right to your door on the Wawa app, and you're just a few clicks away from enjoying your favorite Mini Melts flavor. Download the Wawa app today. Some pretty serious stories to mention here. We'll start with this. Queens of the Stone Age has canceled tour dates in July while frontman Josh Homme undergoes emergency surgery, the band said.
Of what nature?
They didn't say specifically, but he's been diagnosed with cancer in the past. So they were scheduled to play several shows in Europe this month, but Homme must return to the United States immediately for emergency surgery, the band said in a Facebook post. They said every effort was made to push through and play for you, but it is no longer an option to continue.
Oh, man.
Queens of the Stone Age canceled 8 shows from July 10th to 27th, including festival appearances in France, Slovakia, and Romania, and headline shows in Germany, Austria, and Greece. They said, Queens are gutted that we aren't able to play for you. We apologize for any inconvenience and share in your frustration and disappointment. Additional details about Homme's surgery or condition were not released. He had previously revealed that he had been diagnosed with cancer in 2022 and that surgery to remove it had been successful. In November of last year, he gave an update on his health saying, "I'm good, I'm all clear." The cancellations come 4 days after Queens said that they could no longer perform at the AMA Festival on July 5th outside of Venice, Italy, due to illness.
So we don't know where the cancer was, or
I didn't see anything in that story, Steve, that said what nature or what type of cancer he has, and I don't remember, to be honest. So we'll see if we get a follow-up from that very, very soon. And this was unfortunate news. Carol Bon Jovi, the mother of John Bon Jovi, has passed away. She died yesterday.
Yeah.
She died in New Jersey at the age of 83. John confirmed his mother's passing in a statement, saying that her cause of death was not immediately announced, but he said, "Our mother was a force to be reckoned with. Her spirit can-do attitude shaped this family. She will be greatly missed." Carol, who had been nicknamed Mom Jovi by some fans and the band, was set to celebrate turning 84 in 3 days. The family will conduct a private funeral service. Carol Bon Jovi was the proprietor of a number of businesses and also presided over her son's fan club. A native of Erie, Pennsylvania, Carol in 1959 enlisted in the Marine Corps. She met her husband, John Bon Jovi Sr., who she was married to for 63 years during her time of service. The pair subsequently relocated to Sayreville, New Jersey. They eventually wound up in Holmdel. Carol was, I didn't know this, a former Playboy model, according to a 2021 story. Yeah,
I think I'd heard that.
That's probably where John gets his good looks.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was in the Asbury Park Press that was released. And at one time, she ran a flower shop in Woodbridge, New Jersey, with her husband. Carol had encouraged John's path into music from an early age. She purchased him an acoustic guitar and encouraged him to learn how to play, which he got serious about in his teens. John said that his mother and father were always supportive of his musical aspirations and were fine with him performing in shows at the age of 17, which in retrospect, he said, was incredible. I could get home at like 1 or 2 in the morning and still have to be at school by 8 a.m. And they just said, show up on time for school. You know that is your responsibility, but pursue your dream. The singer honored his parents in a music video for the band's 2021 ballad Love Story as he was pictured performing in front of a black and white picture of his parents when they were younger. Carol is survived by her spouse, John, 3 sons, John, Anthony, and Matthew, 3 daughters-in-law, and 8 grandchildren. So
pretty incredible.
Sad news.
Yeah. She saw her. Did she see her grandson get married?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would think so.
Right?
Yeah.
So at least that was there.
Or to Millie Bobby Brown.
Bobby Brown,
Yeah,
yeah.
I believe so, because they got married. A
couple weeks ago?
Yeah, a little while back, so I would think so. And then one last story. The legal beef between Chad's Ford wedding band Jelly Roll and country music star Jelly Roll has reached a settlement. Kurt Tichenor, the founder of Jelly Roll and trombonist, sued Jelly Roll, the musician, whose real name is Jason Bradley DeFord, over the name. Tichenor confirmed that he had withdrawn his trademark infringement lawsuit yesterday. He did not expand on the terms of the settlement, but said, "We look forward to our continued use of the name Jelly Roll Band in connection with our party band business." Management for the country star did not respond to a request for comment. In his suit, Tichenor claimed that he had been performing in the Delaware Valley since at least 1980.
Which is a fact.
Yeah.
And the suit argued the country star only started using his name in 2010, but his recent success created confusion when people Googled the band. Once the top music-related jelly result on the web, the band claimed that in its suit that it had been bumped about 20 spots in search results. And the popular wedding band tried filing a cease and desist earlier in 2024 to no avail. The country singer's legal team questioned if the two jellies were really in competition. By April, the wedding band doubled down on its demands, asking a judge to order the Tennessee Jelly Roll to stop using any similar derivation of the name. Though the settlement terms weren't made public, both parties appear to be moving forward with their jelly derivations untouched.
You can see where there would be an issue. The original version of this show that you're listening to now was Preston and Bono. That's my real name.
Right.
And we had to change that.
Yep.
It was causing too much confusion.
No, but listen, I totally get the band's point of view.
Yes.
If it inhibits searches and potential clients for them, then I understand. So I'm assuming Jelly Roll just forked out a bunch of money.
Which are you more attached to, the jelly or the roll? And if so, could you be KY Jelly?
Could be. Either one of them could have gone for that. So, but they settled. They figured it out. They made good. All right, and that's all I have in music news for you. We are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second and wrap up our radio program. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and we turn it over to the one and only Pierre Robert. Stay with us.
Cowboy hat?
He did?
Yeah, on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they underneath?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw two officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead, they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about,
I was
Casey,
just telling you guys.
Yeah.
This guy is such an a-hole. He's yelling at the cops, "Don't touch me! Don't touch me!"
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah. And he got arrested,
and he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, "You got to get out of the street." He's like, "No, I don't." Like, Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're in the middle of the street, you effing a-hole.
Well, technically, that's jaywalking, so you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
You're just ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, "Who you wife? Damn." You guys are so mean. Whatever.
He's going to squeeze it really hard, though.
I'm moving on.
Okay, move on.
Who you wife? I need to focus on this because
she's a newswoman.
I don't know if this is English.
And we're distracting her.
Sorry.
All right.
Who you wife? Damn, I forgot he ain't got one. Damn, he said.
That was well performed.
Okay,
Who
thank
you
you.
wife?
Who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. Don't forget the damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Who you wife?
So
Damn.
Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott.
Excuse me, who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. You ain't got no wife? Damn.
That's a different way.
John Houseman performed.
Yes.
You wife. Damn. You ain't got no wife. Damn.
Well done. Well done. You know what? It's like I was there.
Exactly.
It's like I was there on the scene. The Harry Potter film franchise is indelibly linked to Alan Rickman.
Yes.
And his portrayal of Professor Severus Snape. But Rickman wasn't as enamored with the role as fans were and still are, a new trove of letters reveals.
I think it sucks a bag of beans. Mr. Potter, this role sucks a big bag of Harry D. If he didn't like it or had issues with it, it certainly didn't show up on screen. He was excellent, and to his emotional, spoiler alert, ending in the series.
Yeah.
He was a critical part of it.
Yep.
Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you at this hour.
Guy's deliveries
so good.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
I just love the way he drags out those words, man.
They will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore, any person found to have knowledge of these events who fails to come forward will be treated as equally guilty.
It's so good.
Fantastic. Wow. It's so sad that he's
You will
gone.
be called to my office, where I shall spank you with your pantaloons down around your ankles. I shall do so liberally and with great care. There will be a modicum of probing. Digits will be involved.
If that doesn't scare you straight, I don't know what
I might
would.
even break out the wand. At which point you will receive an enema unlike any you have ever received before. In fact, I will pay to have the owl watch the whole
Oh
thing.
my God. He's a cuck. The owl's a cuck.
Absolutely.
Hedwig?
Yeah.
That's his
And then, when it is all done, I shall pleasure myself into the sorting hat.
Oh my God. Not the sorting hat.
Oh, man.
Oh my God.
He's gone off the deep end.
That's when Rickman became bored with the character.
Right.
He needed to add a little flavor to it.
Sure.
Oh, wow.
Because of his pentameter, I have had this ongoing debate as to whether or not he says yippee-ki-yay, I'll say truck, mudda truck or mudda trucka.
And that haunts you?
Well, I mean, I've talked about this ever since the movie came out. Does he put an ER at the end of...
I don't think
Bless me, Father, for I have sinned.
Yes.
I'm worried about Alan Rickman's delivery of the role, Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Trucker. Do you have any sins to tell me about, son?
No. I just thought I'd talk about
I just
this.
wanted to seek your counsel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think there's an ER. I think it's
Me neither.
The question you just raised is easily one of the most imbecilic things I've ever heard. I want you to come to my office, where I shall lock the door and spank your buttocks.
A man was spotted riding on the hood of a car barreling down the express lane of I-95 in Florida late Sunday. It appeared to be talking on the phone while he was doing it.
Yes, that's with anchovies and pepperoni, please.
Yeah, he's on the hood of a car going about 70 miles an hour. The driver in the other car that was filming this says the words, "What the actual F?" We're in mid-highway.
He's one hand holding on to the crease of the hood, and the other hand holding the phone to his ear.
A female passenger in the car seemingly could not believe what her eyes were seeing. According to the video, she said, "What is that? Oh, my God." The driver, Daniel Maida, who was filming this, told the Miami News-Times that the man on the hood was somehow hanging on to the Mercedes-Benz C300 with one hand and appeared to be talking on the phone with his other hand. A woman behind the wheel.
Now, baby, I know I made a mistake. I know I made a mistake. But I think we can work this out. I just want you to listen to me, or at least slow down by 20 miles an hour.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have two here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say, because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here celebrating his birthday today.
Hello. this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age. Oh. And they all lie about theirs.
You were working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
Yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of us, we all started out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw. I
Meant to Live, 10:37, Preston and Steve show. Program coming to an end for a Wednesday morning. Today's been a full day. We've been one light with Nick McElwain out under the weather. Don't know yet if we'll see him tomorrow at Dorney or not. We'll find out later on today, see how he's feeling. But
he might be in one of those hyperbolic chambers.
Yeah.
Hyperbaric chambers.
Which is too bad because he's been looking forward to this.
Very much so.
I feel bad if he's not going to be able to make it.
He'd be like Bubble Boy.
We'll find out. I would like to thank a number of people. Let's see, who all did we have on today? We had Mr. Jim Jackson on the program. JJ stopped by. He has his essentially it's broadcasting class that he's doing, and it's a group class that you can participate in. Jim Jackson, I lost it. You have his info sheet?
I do, actually.
BustyAsians.com.
No, it's not that. It's JimJacksonBroadcasting.com, and it is next Tuesday, I believe.
It's actually, honestly, as you said, if you're looking to get into the industry at any level, to have a pro like that give you some instruction, it's worth it.
And help guide you. I mean, he's fantastic. There's only 5 spots left, or there were when he was joining us. So sign up, talk to one of the best in the business, and maybe he can help kind of steer you in the right direction, which would be wonderful. Comedian Steve Byrne is on as well. Helium Comedy Club tonight, 8 o'clock, one show only. You can go to heliumcomedy.com to get those tickets. And also a reminder that the Jersey Shore 64 has wrapped up. I want to thank again our sponsor. It is powered by DHY Motorsports, and the winner for the first time ever, the inaugural run of this, the Cape May Zoo. With a live broadcast from Pierre Robert. Wow, does that not sound awesome or what?
I can't wait to pet the cows.
Yes. The cows.
Always the most popular exhibit at the zoo.
Yeah.
The cows at the Cape May Zoo are particularly special cows because they breathe salt air.
That's right.
The salt water has known to do wonders for their complexion, such that scientists from Switzerland are coming to study it.
Not many animals can breathe salt air.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Do you go to the Jersey Shore at all?
I used to. I don't go quite as much as I used to go to Delaware a lot. Used to go down to Rehoboth, to the beach area. But I haven't been to Jersey Shore for a while. I'm going to Saturday to host the big peach thing in Atlantic City, and then a week later to Cape May Zoo.
Nice.
It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
You ever been to Cape May Zoo?
I have never. No.
Excellent.
No.
Wonderful. It's free. It's one of the great free attractions in the country. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. There were 64 Jersey Shore sites that got whittled down to 8 and 4 and 2, and now the zoo is the winner. So it's good stuff.
At the beginning of this, I don't know who would have figured we'd end up at the zoo, but the zoo is such a popular mainstay. But they all held their own at certain points.
I actually thought Lucy was going to win.
I thought that too.
When we had this initial 64, I was looking at it, and I had Lucy winning the whole thing. And then when I played along this whole time, it pained me to vote against Lucy. I can't remember which one. It might have been Lucy versus like Maurice Pierce or something. I don't remember who it was, but I was like,
We've got enough of Lucy.
I know.
Like, you know what I mean? The zoo, it's perfect.
I agree.
Can you go up inside Lucy?
Yes.
We talked about this, and there was like a time where you could stay there.
Yeah,
yes.
a room.
You could stay inside Lucy?
It's like an Airbnb kind of thing.
I don't know if they do it anymore.
Got a bathroom?
I think a full. It was a full. I think it is, Kathy. It may still be available. Yeah.
Wow.
Full suite.
Suite in there.
Yeah.
Well, that's lovely to know.
Just pee out the trunk.
It was. It was down to Maurice Pier, I think, and Cape May Zoo, and the Cape May Zoo won. So congratulations to them, and thanks to everyone for voting.
I think you being the animal lover that you are, this is going to be phenomenal.
It's going to be phenomenal. And we have brought cattle to to entertain the cows.
Salt cattle.
Salt cattle. And I'm going to put a saddle on the cattle.
Yeah, cattle saddles are very
And
chic these days.
Going to ride a cow like John Wayne.
And kiss a pretty girl.
Kiss me a girl and ride me a pretty cow.
Right.
Or something like
saddle
that.
cattle.
You got to get paddles for the saddle cattle.
Got to get paddles
Yeah.
for the saddle cattle.
Thank you. I was trying to think of something that rhymed with saddle and paddle. And
Don't
cattle.
rattle me.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
No, well, if you're going to go to war, then you need to battle. You need a saddle battle for the cattle.
Oh, right.
Easy, or I'm going to tattle on you.
Oh!
Okay. I finally filled one.
Yay.
Can we do the letter of the day?
Sure.
Here we go. Thank you.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter.
I as in intelligent.
All right. And we will give away a prize on Friday, just 2 days away. Pair of tickets, dinner, hotel accommodations for the night to see the Impractical Jokers this Saturday, July 13th, Ovation Hall at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. There are some tickets remain for both shows that night, 6 and 9:30. You can get them at theoceanac.com. What's happening on your show today, Pierre?
We have an amazing show at The Man tonight. Elvis Costello and Daryl Hall will be there. And no Oates, but we will do a block of Hall & Oates because they're fighting. But we will do Daryl Hall or Hall & Oates and the music of Elvis in the Workforce blocks. Jack White's birthday was yesterday. We'll get to a block. And also tickets for the Hooters, night number 2 of the November shows at the Keswick, and the Peach at the Beach that I was telling you about, which is this Saturday at the Showboat in Atlantic City. A pair of tickets for that.
Nice. And by the way, I got a text that says, hey, Pierre, back at the morning zoo. I'm excited about this. That's perfect. All right, I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Excuse me, and brought to you by Hershey Park. Get ready to Hershey Park for a limited time. Buy 2 tickets, get 1 free at HersheyPark.com. Hurry, offer ends on July 25th. So as I said, tomorrow morning we broadcast live. First time we've ever done the Preston and Steve Show day off at Dorney. So join us for that, if you will, live here on the radio if you haven't won tickets. And we're excited to bring it to you. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.